other guests who might be part of this meeting, you are all welcome. The meeting is officially open. Other guests who might be part of this meeting. We are, as the Portfolio Committee, making a follow-up on a visit that happened some time ago. I think it was in 2021. And so this is a follow-up visit as part of our program, focusing on the state of local government in the country, but specifically the municipalities that we are focusing on. And amongst them is Kannaland. So that is why we are here. But before we proceed with the meeting, I think it would be better to introduce ourselves first. And the order would be us as members of parliament, followed by a DCOC, then followed by the province, AGSA, district municipality, and the local municipality. I'm Fikile Klasa, who is chairperson of this portfolio committee. Can I allow other members to introduce themselves?
Good morning. I'm Eleanor Spies, a member of this committee.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. I'm pretty Chair, I'm not feeling well. I'm in the car. I'm going to the doctor as we speak.
No,
so I park on the way so that I'll talk to you.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair, and honorable members. I'm Zenika Yampumza, a member of the committee.
Yeah. Any other member? So none. Can we then move?
Chair, Celia Brink, member of the committee.
Oh, Honorable Brink, yes. Okay. Any other? Okay, we move on now to the next DCOC.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to the members of the committee. My name is Avril Williamson, and I'm also joined Chairperson by a few officials with me this morning. And I will then wait for the chair to advise if we should continue. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Let's move to the province. Province.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to yourself as well as to the honourable members of the committee. My name is Mireille Wenger. I'm the Provincial Minister of Finance and representing the Departments of Local Government as well as Provincial Treasury here this morning. If I could ask my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Yes.
Chairperson, good morning. Graham Paulson, Head of Department Local Government in the Western Cape Province. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Steve Kenyon from the Western Cape Provincial Treasury.
Yes. Is that all from the province? Can we then move to the district municipality?
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Emery Boyson, the Executive Mayor of the Garden Route District Municipality.
Okay, it looks like the mayor is alone. Can we then get somebody from the local municipality? It's your turn. Local municipality.
Good morning, Chairperson Keith Yadon, Acting MM, Kannaland Municipality. Together with me is Mayor Donson. We're struggling to get through to connect, but we will join you as soon as possible.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Lusanda Menze. I am from the Garden Route District Municipality. I thought our executive mayor was going to introduce us. We are here at the boardroom. I've got, I'm the executive manager responsible for planning and economic development. The municipal manager is going to join us. We're currently busy with our performance reviews, but I've got Mr. Loliwe, who is the strategic manager in the office of the principal manager. I've got Mr. Gerard Otto, our head of disaster management center. I've got Mr. Stander, who is from the finance department, and Mr. Makoto. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We should have started with apologies, but I thought we should respect those who are part of the meeting, and then allow the portfolio committee secretary to talk to apologies if there are any formal apologies.
Chairperson?
Yes.
SALGA has been invited to the meeting, so we are.
Hey, I'm sorry, SALGA. SALGA has been invited, yes. And AGSA.
Okay, I'm Khalil Balaji, the Provincial Director of Operations. I'll let the other colleagues introduce themselves.
SALGA, yes.
Hi, good morning, Chairperson. My name is Paul Swart. I'm also the Executive Mayor of the Cape Agulhas Municipality in the Western Cape, the southernmost municipality of the African continent. And I'm also a proud member of SALGA PC in the Western Cape.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Councillor Anthony Moses. I'm the Deputy Metro Chair for SALGA in the Western Cape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we move to the Office of the Auditor-General in the Western Cape?
Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. My name is Singita Kallan. I'm the Business Unit Leader in the Western Cape for the Auditor-General. I am here with some of my colleagues, so I'll just let Ashley and Melanie and Zini introduce themselves. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and Honourable Members. My name is Ashley Alkers. I am Deputy Business Unit Leader of the Western Cape, a business unit for the Auditor-General, and I will be doing the presentation on the Kannaland Municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other organization invited that I might be omitting? But I think I've covered all of them. If there's anybody who still needs to introduce him or herself, we'll allow that. But can I ask the portfolio?
Good morning, Chair. My name is Ntandas of the Embassy of MESA. MESA is also represented in the meeting.
Oh. Okay. Oh, it's your DG who did not introduce all of you.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Yes.
Sorry for being late, Speaker. Councillor Roy, Kannaland Municipality.
Yes, welcome. Any other?
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Makhatle Jackals from National Department of Cooperative Governance. Thank you.
Yes.
Morning, Honourable Chairperson. My name is Melanie Joffe. I'm from the Office of the Auditor-General, and I was a Senior Manager on the Audit of Kannaland Municipality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Jasper van der Westhuizen from SALGA in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further name? It looks like we have exhausted. I know it's a long process when you are not in one room. But any other person who might have been omitted will still allow that even during the course of the meeting. Can we now get formal apologies, Portfolio Committee Secretary?
Good morning, everybody. This way, we've received apologies from Honorable Theza and Honorable Groenewald. They are experiencing network challenges and will try to join the meeting if possible. We have apologies from the Minister that will be attending Cabinet meeting today. Mbaphela is having a bilateral meeting with Limpopo Province on traditional issues and won't be able to attend the meeting. And Jim Kadiming attending a meeting in the NCLP and won't be joining the meeting. Thank you, Chairperson. That's all the apologies, and we do correct for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As already indicated, you are all welcome, including those who might not have been acknowledged. This is a portfolio committee meeting. Some people get confused. Oh, I see a hand. Honorable Space.
Chairperson, yes, I would just like to now establish whether the live stream on Parliament's Facebook page is actually on, because quite a lot of people would like to link up. So if the media people on platform can just make sure that that is happening. And it's also indeed the correct information. Yesterday's information referred to a different municipality whilst we were dealing with Amatole. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I hope they are noting that. If there's any response, I'll hear from them. But we expect action, not necessarily a response. Thank you very much. As already indicated, we are the Portfolio Committee for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs in the National Assembly. There is a select committee at the NCOP, so we don't want to create confusion. We are on a program that is informed by a number of issues. One, state of local government in the country. We were given information to say about plus minus 60 municipalities require attention. And when I say require attention, it depends on who you are. If we are members of parliament, our responsibility is to make laws and make sure that those laws are properly executed. That we call oversight. And our focus when we deal with oversight is, it would obviously be the executive, the minister, and at the level of provinces, those MECs. I hear that in the Western Cape, they are also called ministers. It doesn't matter the name. And at the level of municipalities, it would be councils. And because councils have got executive powers. We do all of this in the name of the people, because we are public representatives. We always don't draw a line between ourselves and other public representatives, whether they are called members of provincial legislatures, councillors. We are all public representatives. So we are here in that context, but this is a follow-up, as already indicated. We are not coming in here for the first time. Some of our members know exactly where we left when we're here. So you'll be engaged. I was not there at that stage. This is my first time to interact with yourselves. But the best way, we have got some good partnership with those whose responsibility, as directed by the Constitution, is to audit. The Auditor-General, the Office of the Auditor-General, informed by the outcomes of 2020, 2021. We also are empowered in terms of dealing with such issues. But all the critical support will be given here. All those who have got responsibility to support municipalities, starting with the national department, provincial departments, district municipality. Then the last one would be SALGA. The last one would be the local municipality in terms of the order of presentation. For us to have a full sense of what is happening here, will allow the provincial government in the form of the Minister Finance and Minister Local Government. They would take charge of this presentation. Would also like to, because I know you'll give us all your visions and everything else, but we want a focused presentation that talks to support to Kannaland local municipality. We will not stop you, but maybe we can allow some time and say presentation should not exceed 15 minutes at least, but we'll be listening. So we'll start. Let me welcome the two ministers or MECs for finance, as well as local government. And I did hear the voice of the Minister for Finance. So let me specifically welcome her and hand over to her. She will decide how the presentations will go and direct those who should do that. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We have prepared a presentation which incorporates inputs from both the Provincial Department of Local Government as well as the Provincial Treasury. It's divided into three parts, the first being the historic overview, the second being the current status quo, and then the final section is on the way forward. So without any further introduction, I'm going to hand over directly to Advocate Birch, who will take us through the first part of the presentation. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
If the presentation could be flighted, please.
I think we had some audio challenges.
Who is having audio challenges?
Advocate Birch, are you able to flight the presentation?
You can see it.
There we go.
Yes. Presenter, can you go on? Yes.
We can't hear you, unfortunately.
What is happening, Minister?
I'm not sure, Chairperson. It seems that there are some audio problems, and they might be signing out and signing back in again to try and resolve it. If not, could perhaps one of the other colleagues share the presentation?
Yes, please.
Good morning. Is my screen visible?
We can hear you. But,
no, it's not, Stephen.
Okay, sorry. Apologies, Chair. We are not used to using Zoom in the province. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
We are a Teams organization, so I think that's part of our challenge.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can see the screen as well.
Apologies for the delay there, Chairperson and members.
It has disappeared now.
Is the presentation visible?
No, not now. At some point it was visible. Yes, it is now.
There we go.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry for the delay. As the minister mentioned, the presentation will be split into 3 parts. I'll just proceed with the first part, so as not to delay. Part A is going to deal with the historic overview, which will deal with the support, the interventions, and the involvement. From 2004 to 2008, we spent essentially just under 34 million was provided to Kannaland Municipality by both the national and provincial sector departments. That was in support of projects that were identified under the Project Consolidate program. Then from 2010, Kannaland was nominated to form part of the local government turnaround strategy program. Then in 2011, we had the local government elections with the new municipal manager appointed and CFO. And the Department of Local Government, supported by Provincial Treasury, also developed a support plan for this purpose, and a number of projects were then implemented under that program. In 2014, just to mention some of the support initiatives as well, COCTA, together with DLG, Provincial Treasury, and various sector departments, also reviewed the LG TAS with a view to bring it in line with the Back to Basics program. And in support of this plan, the provincial government allocated both resources in the form of funding as well as human resources to support the identified projects under that program. And the Back to Basics program itself was activated and functional during this period. And there were also a number of critical projects that were implemented. Unfortunately, some of these projects didn't contribute and have the identified and intended results in terms of improving governance, stability, and service delivery within the municipality, and a large cause of this was a lack of ownership and entrenched mismanagement and fraud that plagued the municipality during this period. In 2016, we then had the local government elections. Again, a change in political leadership with a coalition between the Democratic Alliance and the African National Congress. At this stage, the new council inherited a municipality that was essentially facing serious governance, financial, and service delivery challenges, with outstanding debts with over 75 million and creditors amounting to 69 million rand. Then at that stage, the Department of Local Government, again supported by Provincial Treasury, undertook a diagnostic assessment that was with a view to revisit and refine the municipal support plan as well as the back to basics support plans. And then on the 7th of December 2016, the Provincial Executive decided to intervene in the municipality. That was in terms of Section 139(5) of the Constitution, with a financial recovery plan being prepared. And again, the Department of Local Government and Provincial Treasury, again with the support of the relevant national and provincial departments, developed and implemented a targeted support package that was to address the immediate governance, operation, and technical challenges. The financial recovery plan for the municipality was then finalized, and then on the 8th of March, the Provincial Executive resolved to impose that financial recovery plan on the municipality. And then the Department of Local Government and Provincial Treasury, together with various other departments as well and stakeholders, provided again extensive support in implementing and reviewing the plan on an ongoing basis, in line with the changing needs of the municipality. Then later in the year, the municipality indicated that they had made limited progress in giving effect to the financial recovery plan, and that they were not in a position to give effect to the plan, and requested that the Provincial Executive take further steps to intervene. On the 5th of December 2018, the Provincial Executive resolved to assume responsibility for the financial recovery plan, and that was in terms of Section 139(5)(c) of the Constitution, and took over implementation of the financial recovery plan. In 2019, significant gains were made in achieving the aims of the approved financial recovery plan. That was after the appointment of an administrative financial recovery. In 2020, we then, at a special council meeting, the Municipal Council resolved to themselves lift and terminate that 139(5)(c) intervention and the financial recovery plan itself. And the acting Deputy Executive Mayor notified at that stage the administrative financial recovery that his services were no longer required, and terminated his employment. At that stage, the Minister for Local Government urged the Municipal Council to refrain from and immediately cease all unlawful conduct. That was in December of 2020. And the Provincial Treasury also initiated a process to review and amend the financial recovery plan, together with the National Treasury's Municipal Financial Recovery Services unit, who led the process to develop the amended financial recovery plan. In 2021, the Western Cape government launched an application for an interdict to prevent the unlawful conduct of the Municipal Council. An interdict was granted by the Western Cape High Court, and that was to prevent the municipality from taking certain unlawful action. The municipality then themselves applied to the court to set aside and have the financial recovery plan declared unlawful, which was granted by the court due to the process followed in developing that plan, not having complied with the legislative process. And then towards the end of 2021, again had the local government elections and a new municipal council appointed. In 2022, Provincial Treasury, together with the Department of Local Government, continued with the monitoring of the status of the municipality and conducted a diagnostic assessment oversight visit on the 16th and 17th of August. And based on the outcome of this diagnostic assessment, targeted support is to be provided by the various organs of state to the municipality. Unfortunately, throughout this period, between 2021 to 2022, the municipal governance and financial management have deteriorated and regressed. The municipality has also experienced significant political instability since the November 21 local government elections, and the municipality has been governed by various unstable coalitions, which has destabilized the administration of the municipality, which in turn has adversely impacted on the municipality's finances and ability to deliver services. Then the previously instituted support and the financial recovery plan. Post the 2016 local government elections, the Kannaland municipality saw a change in political leadership. The new council requested the Department of Local Government and Provincial Treasury to conduct a diagnostic assessment, which revealed a number of critical financial service delivery and governance failures. A financial recovery plan and targeted support plan was developed. That was developed with the aim to strengthen the implementation of the financial recovery plan and address the governance and service delivery failures. I just want to list a few and go through a few of the some examples which will just show some of the support packages and turnaround strategies that were put in place. In terms of governance and reporting and compliance, there was the tabling of the draft budget for the 2019-20 MTRF and the adoption of the final budget for the 2019-20 MTRF. In terms of oversight and governance, training has been held for councillors in terms of the code of conduct, the rules of order, the roles and responsibilities, ethics and impacts. Updated the municipal code comprising all of its bylaws, and you'll see that there's various projects that were implemented also in terms of the administration, in terms of arranging for shared service arrangements with the district municipality in order to save funds for the local municipality itself and to share certain resources. Specific HR matters were also assisted with, and measures put in place to ensure the stability in the administration, and various measures as well in terms of financial management as well. In terms of public participation, again, various measures were put in place to assist the municipality in various projects completed, as well as in terms of service delivery as well. Various stormwater and roads and master plans, electricity master plans. So various projects were assisted with in order to improve the services provided by the municipality. In terms of support as well, the Department of Local Government also aided with financial and logistical support to purchase various vehicles, including a fire truck. Then in terms of additional resources that were allocated between 2016 and 2020, I'll just briefly go through some of the grants that have been provided and grant funding allocated to the municipality. So you'll see here various grants have been provided, and mainly in terms of the capacity building grants as well as the intervention grants, both by the Department of Local Government as well as the Provincial Treasury during different financial years in order to assist with various projects. Then in terms of human resource support that's been allocated and specific individuals sent to assist, again, we've had various internal as well as external human resources essentially sent to the municipality in order to provide support to the municipality. Thank you, Chairperson and honourable members. I'll just hand over to the acting municipal manager, and he'll go through the relevant portions of his slides.
Chairperson, from Kannaland side, according to your program, we are to speak last. So should we keep this till then?
What is the question?
Chairperson, in terms of your program, the agenda, Kannaland is to speak last on these issues. This is the presentation that we are going to deliver last. Can we then continue with the AG off, or must we finish our presentation now? How would you want us to do?
No, the arrangement is that the province speak.
Yes.
After the province, it would be AXA, Office of the Auditor-General, and after that one, it will be a district, and then SALGA, and in the end.
Yes, thank you.
The district would become before the local municipality.
Okay, so then we won't speak now, we'll speak later. Thanks, Chair.
Yes. Is the province done?
No, Chair. I will speak next if that's all right.
Yeah.
From the Provincial Treasury.
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. My name again is Stephen Kenyon from the Provincial Treasury. I think just to emphasize that in preparing for this briefing to the committee, and please, good morning to all of the committee members and the guests and all protocols observed. In preparing for this morning's session, the Department of Local Government had led us in a process to collaborate with our partners, including the Kannaland municipality itself. And so we had prepared this as an integrated presentation. So a lot of the content on the current financial challenges, the very immediate financial challenges, are contained in the slides that the acting municipal manager will present later in the morning. So I just want to give that by way of context. But let me give then some context on the background to those challenges and the broader challenges, financial challenges facing the municipality. If we can go to the next slide. So to summarize the financial challenges facing the municipality, it's faced significant financial challenges over a long period of time, including the repeated adoption of unfunded budgets for the last 4 or 5 years, including an unfunded budget in the current financial year, and we'll speak more to that on the next slide. The municipality has a small revenue base. It's a small municipality with a relatively weak local economy. And what that means is that the municipality really doesn't have a margin for error. It needs to collect all of the revenue that's owed to it in order to be able to fund the services mandate that it has to deliver on. However, the municipality hasn't been able to achieve that on a sustained basis. So we see weak collection rates in the municipality and also losses on some services over time. And so that's on the revenue side. They're not collecting everything that's owed to them, and they're also undercharging on some of the services. And then on the expenditure side, the particular challenge in Kannaland is on the high staff costs. So high spending on staff, and that combination of weak revenue collection and high costs means that the municipality is not able to fully fund its own costs and has resulted in liquidity challenges. So they aren't able to build up the kind of safety buffers of a reasonable cash flow that you would expect, and hence they have liquidity challenges. And then on the third bullet, what that means is that the municipality's weak cash position is leading them to not be able to always pay their creditors. So when they don't collect sufficient revenue to cover their expenses, the people that they end up not paying are usually Eskom and also the Auditor-General. Some of their other suppliers as well have had non-payments at particular points in time, but the ones where there are sustained large outstanding debts primarily are Eskom and the Auditor-General. We also note from the provincial side that there are weaknesses in financial management that undermine the link between what they say they're going to do in the budget, which is the financial plan for the municipality, and the actual spending. So unfortunately, this is a municipality where the budgeted plan is not a particularly good guide to what is actually happening. Then on the procurement side, we also see significant challenges, and I think this is highlighted in the audit reports as well. There's significant risks of non-compliance, and we see a lot of opportunities in there for non-value for money spending, I think is the euphemism we're using, and excessive occurrences of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful and unauthorized expenditure in the supply chain side. And in particular, the symptom of this that we note is that there's a very large volume of supply chain of procurement that goes through deviations rather than through regular processes. And then relating to the audit opinion, obviously the municipality is facing a qualified audit opinion, and I'll defer to the Auditor-General to speak in more detail on those matters. If we go to the next slide, it just unpacks the issue of the unfunded budgets a little bit further. So the municipality's been adopting unfunded budgets since the 2018-19 year. So what that means in simple terms is that the budgeted revenue, the amount that can credibly be collected, so that's collected based on their actual performance on collections, not on assumptions, the credibly collected revenue does not cover their expenditure. You could also cover expenditure from drawing down past accumulated surpluses, but there aren't significant past surpluses in the municipality to draw down in Kannaland's case. So what we do with municipalities that are facing an unfunded budget is we ask them to prepare, and the province assists with this, a budget funding plan that sets out what the steps are that would need to be implemented in order to close that funding gap on the budget. So a series of cost-saving measures on the expenditure side and revenue collection improvements on the revenue side, cost-reflective tariffs, etc. And Kannaland has repeatedly adopted budget funding plans. We try to monitor the implementation of those, but what we're saying clearly to the committee this morning is that the implementation of those budget funding plans has fallen behind in every year. So in other words, the measures that have been committed to in the funding plan have not been implemented timeously, and as a result, the improvement in revenue, the savings on expenditure have not been achieved, and hence you see another unfunded budget in the subsequent year. So all of the targets on those budget funding plans have been missed. Then on the next slide, we want to acknowledge that the municipality has significant capacity constraints in its financial management team. So although the municipality on aggregate has high expenditure levels on staff, we note that within the finance unit, there are many critical vacancies, including at the moment, as the municipality's slides will highlight, there is no CFO in the municipality. There is also no budget and treasury office manager. There's also been an accountant that's resigned recently. So the critical vacancies in the senior management and the finance team of the municipality. There are also the supply chain management structure does not fully provide for them to be able to meet the policy requirements. And that's part of why you're seeing so much of the supply chain going outside of so many deviations going outside the regular system, partly because of weaknesses in capacity to run things through the regular supply chain system. And then the municipality also struggles with compliance on a number of financial and non-financial reports. And we're concerned particularly with the credibility of the non-financial information that's being submitted from the municipality. So a range of capacity constraints in the finance team. And then on the next slide, which I think is my last slide, on the financial challenges, just to highlight the support for financial management that has been provided. And I think Advocate Birch already highlighted quite extensively both the grant and in-kind support that's been provided to the municipality. But just to emphasize the point that accountability for financial management capability, making sure that appropriately qualified people are appointed, that they're given the tools to be able to do their job, that remains the accountability of the municipality. Provincial Treasury has a mandate to support the municipality in that, and we have tried multiple different ways to provide support to the municipality, including through grant funding, as you saw on the earlier slides, and that included funding for positions within the municipality, although as you can see, some of those critical positions like the Budget and Treasury Office Manager are currently vacant. We've also provided support through expertise deployed to the municipality, so outside consultants deployed, including those funded by National Treasury. We also spend a lot of time on meetings, advice and support to the municipality. And each of these measures has yielded temporary success. But I think you can see from the record of problems in the municipality that none of these measures have been able to achieve the sustained improvement in capacity in Kannaland that we would want to see. And I would point back to that accountability ultimately resting with the municipality. So in that vein, our current support to the municipality, as the committee I'm sure is aware, there's a new management team, including the acting municipal manager that has just been appointed in the municipality. So we're engaging with the new team to provide them with support and guidance to support their efforts to turn around the municipality. And we've agreed with the acting municipal manager to establish a cash flow committee that will help us in the very short term to prioritize the revenue and expenditure needs on a week-by-week basis for the municipality so that we can assist them with that. We've had some success in our intervention in Beaufort West in managing things through a cash flow committee. And so even outside of an intervention space, we would like to provide similar support and mentorship to Kannaland municipality. And then we're also looking at making sure that we continue to deploy capacity to support Kannaland municipality, so a financial advisor to support the municipality, and we will provide continued advice and close monitoring of the budget funding plan, and we're hopeful that the municipality will take accountability for ensuring that what is promised in that plan will be implemented. With that, I would like to hand over to the next.
Thank you, Stephen. In terms of the current status quo, just relating to governance, administration, and service delivery, the current composition of the Municipal Council consists of 7 councillors. The current political composition of which is 3 ACOSA members, 2 ANC, 1 DA, and 1 KIP member. The coalition arrangements in the municipality are fairly unstable, with coalition partnerships changing fairly constantly. And in this regard, you'll note that post the election, there was a coalition partnership between ACOSA and the ANC. Then on the 19th of January, there were motions of no confidence. And then there was political control by way of a coalition between the ANC, KIP, and the DA. Then later in October, there was again further motions of no confidence and political control by way of a coalition then between ACOSA and KIP, all of which has essentially led to the council being unstable. and dysfunctional for intermittent periods, with internal political disputes, and one in particular causing ongoing litigation between the political factions within the council, and legal proceedings having been brought against the Electoral Commission, as well as the MEC for local government and various others. In terms of the municipality's rules of order, these need to essentially be reviewed. Province has provided all municipalities within the province with draft standard rules of order, that's including to Kannaland Municipality, and has also offered the municipality support in adapting those standard rules of order to meet its needs. The Department of Local Government has furthermore assisted the municipality to develop and review its bylaws as well as its policies. It was also identified that the municipality did not review its system of delegations after the elections of the new council, and the department will furthermore support the municipality in relation to the review of its system of delegations. Training and capacitation will furthermore be provided to the municipality on the roles and responsibilities, the code of conduct for councillors, the capacitation of the MPAC, the recruitment process in terms of the appointment regulations for senior managers. There's also, in terms of the administration, been a pattern of poor governance within the municipality over a long period, and this includes prolonged vacancies in respect of critical posts, which is causing instability within the administration. The municipality currently has 4 senior manager posts. 3 of these are currently vacant, including the posts of the municipal manager, the executive manager financial services, as well as the executive manager for infrastructure services and community services, and with various acting persons in those posts. There was also a prolonged suspension of the former municipal manager, and that culminated in a termination of his employment by settlement. And during this period of suspension and subsequently, the post has been occupied by various acting incumbents. Then in October of 2022, the council appointed a new acting MM, as well as an executive manager for infrastructure services and community services. We note in that regard that the new acting MM was previously dismissed by George Municipality for financial misconduct, and the department is seeking a senior legal counsel opinion on that appointment and whether or not such is prohibited in terms of the appointment regulations. Correspondence has furthermore been sent to the municipality, just informing it that the executive manager for infrastructure services and community services does not meet the qualifications to be appointed as the executive manager relating to infrastructure services, and affording it an opportunity to take remedial action in that regard, failing which the MEC will institute legal proceedings in that regard. And then the post of the executive manager financial services is also currently vacant, with the municipality attempting to source an acting incumbent in that regard. And in terms of service delivery, various critical posts are vacant, including the director technical services, as well as the manager for electrical and mechanical services. Streamlined and formalized complaints procedure system is also required. High level of standby and overtime claims are seen within the municipality. And in terms of procurement, this remains a stumbling block with regards to service delivery due to delayed processes and a lack of communication. The majority of the municipal fleet in the municipality is in a poor and sometimes unroadworthy condition. Pothole repairs, general road maintenance, tools, plants, and equipment are all matters that that need to be addressed within the roads and stormwater division. And then aging of water infrastructure is also leading to pressure problems within the networks with leaks and pipe bursts and water losses, as well as faulty pumps, valves, and meters and fittings being seen. In terms of raw water and potable water storage capacity, capacity is required in this regard, as well as for disinfectants, water monitoring and testing also needs to be carried out in compliance with the Blue Drop. Continuing with service delivery, the municipality needs to attend to the challenge of intermittent water supply, as well as ensuring continuous supply of potable water. Various directives and non-compliances with the wastewater treatment works, such as pollution of the watercourse through sewer spillages, the lack of required qualified process controllers, and water quality monitoring program in accordance with Green Drop requirements. Water and sanitation master plans, O&M manuals, tools and equipment, preventative maintenance plans are also required. And then the upgrading of the electrical supply grid, as well as reinforcing of the electrical network is also needed in order to ensure the supply reliability. And then vandalism of infrastructure is also a major challenge in the municipality, as well as the lack of proper record keeping and administration within the Technical Services Directorate. Also note that there's been a lack of electrical spares, such as transformers, surge arresters, as well as a general lack of generators at critical infrastructure to ensure that operations continue during power outages. Three of the key recommendations that have been made in this regard is the appointment of a technical director and other critical posts, as well as the capacitation of personnel, as discussed previously. Again, in this regard, it's the Kannaland municipality, however, that is responsible for ensuring that these measures are taken. As well, one of the other key recommendations is to investigate other sources of funding for infrastructure maintenance, which will be looked at by the municipality, provincial treasury, as well as the Department of Local Government, and then to provide coordinated technical support from other government entities to enhance service delivery and capacitate personnel. And the Department of Local Government will coordinate that process. And then I'll just hand over to Dr. Sandra Freiling, who will deal with the way forward. Thanks, members.
Thank you, Gary. So given the status quo that Advocate Birch has just highlighted to the committee, a support package has now been drafted for Kannaland, and we've had initial engagements with the acting municipal manager in this regard. He's also given us some of the findings he's had since he's been in office, and we've now aligned his findings and ours. And so in general, at the moment, the support plan will address the diagnostic findings, and the initiatives that DLG is looking at providing is the development of several bylaws. Again, councillor training on rules of order, code of conduct, impact. We'll have to look at the organizational structure and performance management systems, the appointment of staff, and all of the above, specifically in terms of the new staff regulations that have to be implemented by July 2022 as well as July 2023. And then the various service delivery issues that have been mentioned, issues in Van Wyksdorp, the fleet management, the repairs and maintenance of roads in Ladysmith. We need to reduce the high water losses so that we make sure that we conserve water and we manage the demand. And then the replacement of water and electricity meters in Ladysmith. Also, we'll be reviewing the ICT policies, development of an IT strategy, ensuring that there's an IT steering committee in place, ensuring that there's data backup and data disaster recovery. And then we'll address the public participation strategies, municipal communication strategies, and then the Municipal Property Rates Act, the specifically Valuation Appeal Board issue there that we need to resolve. As stated, there are other departments that we'll bring into the support plan. For example, Provincial Treasury will continue with the in-year monitoring and the support that comes from that. A land audit from the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, specifically to address new burial spaces that are necessary. Also, the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning at the provincial level will assist with waste management strategies, and then we'll bring in DCAS with regard to the management of sports fields. So for us, as a Department of Local Government, Provincial Treasury, Environmental Affairs, Development Planning, as well as SALGA, the next step in the process is to allow Council to adopt the diagnostic report findings and the draft support plan. And we've already identified a date in December to have the next round of engagements in this regard. The support plan will then be finalized, and on implementation, we'll ensure that we establish a steercom consisting of all the relevant stakeholders so that we manage the progress on the projects and or address challenges that may be alluded to during the process, and that we are able to report back to the municipal and provincial structures in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think now we'll have to move to the next presentation by the Auditor-General, General's Office in the Western Cape. I hand over to you, Office of the Auditor-General.
Thank you, Chairperson, and once again, good morning to you and to the members of the committee, Honourable Chair, and to the colleagues from other sectors of government. Chairperson, I will do the presentation on behalf of the Auditor-General of South Africa, specifically on the Kannaland Municipality in relation to the audit outcome for the past audit cycle. So Zani, you can perhaps maybe move further. So I'm not going to go through this slide, Chairperson. I think it's public knowledge. Maybe the next slide, Zani. So Chairperson, just in brief, an overview of the AGSA Strategy 2030. Our goals in terms of our strategy is to have a more stronger and direct impact in improving the lived realities of citizens in South Africa, and that we want to achieve through a sustainable shift in the public sector culture, and that we want to accompany that also with the influence that we have over the accountability ecosystem and our messages that we are actually putting out there through to the accountability ecosystem and influencing them in that way. And on the right-hand side, Chairperson, just in brief, is the 6 goals that we are using or that we want to achieve in this achieving our audit strategy and driving the message of, you know, impacting the lived realities of the citizens in the country. So those are the 6 strategic goals, and that's including insight, influence, enforcement, shifting the public sector culture, sustainability, and efficiency. I'm not going to go into the detail in the interest of expediency, Chair. So, Chairperson, this slide just gives you an indication of who the role players are, specifically in the municipal space, in the accountability ecosystem. You will see on the left-hand side, that's mainly to do with any municipality in the Republic of South Africa, where you will have the council and its committees, then that will elect the speaker and the mayor, and then the internal structures in relation to the municipality. And I think colleagues from the Provincial Treasury has touched on some of these issues experienced by municipality in this regard in relation to the positions in the accountability ecosystem and the roles that are played by these various role players in overseeing governance at the municipality, as well as financial sustainability, as well as service delivery at the municipality. And these are the critical role players in any municipality in the country that has to, to ensure that we actually the municipality delivers on its mandate. On the right-hand side is basically the indication of the support that is provided from a provincial government perspective, and the coordinating ministries within that provincial government. So it's just an overview of all the role players that has a role to play in ensuring that the citizens benefit ultimately in terms of the mandate of any municipality, and in this regard specifically the Kannaland Municipality Chairperson. Sunny? Chair, here's just an overview, again, a refresher, and I'm sure members might know, the audit outcomes that the AGSA produces on an annual basis for its auditees. Just in brief, I would want to touch on it again. First of all, there would be the clean audit outcome, which it's generally touted as clean, is where a municipality or any other entity doesn't have any findings in the 3 areas which the Auditor-General is mandated to report on. And just as a reminder of that, the areas that we normally report on an annual basis for typically an entity like Kannaland Municipality would be, first of all, the financial statements and the financial reporting. Secondly, we will report on the performance information or the performance of the municipality in terms of its strategic goals and its key performance indicators, as well as the targets it set for itself in terms of service delivery. And thirdly, we will report on compliance, the regulatory framework that governs that municipality or entity specifically, and whether where there's any matters that we need to raise as an audit office in that regard where we detect non-compliance. So in terms of audit outcomes, you have a clean audit outcome, which means that there is no findings in any of those areas. The second audit outcome would be an unqualified outcome with findings unqualified, meaning that the financial statements had no material errors in it. And then the findings we normally report in a situation where it's unqualified with findings, you would either have findings in the area of compliance with the laws and regulations, or in the area of predetermined objectives, or in both of those areas you might have findings. And then a qualified audit mainly refers to the financial statements, where the financial statements misrepresent the performance, or it's not reliably presenting the financial information of the municipality or entity. And then you will obviously also have findings in the area of compliance, because the MFMA would require specifically that the municipality should present financial statements that are free from material misstatements. And then you might have findings on the report of predetermined objectives also with regards to a qualified audit. An adverse audit, chairperson, is mainly in situations where the municipality is providing supporting evidence for its disclosures in the financial statements, but that the supporting evidence that the municipality provides fundamentally is in disagreement with the disclosures made by the municipality in the financial statements, but it's pervasive throughout the financial statements. And so it's not appropriate to express a qualified opinion, because the material misstatements are so pervasive in terms of the amounts disclosed, the presentation thereof, the classification thereof, and so on, that we have to express an adverse opinion, which is worse than a qualified opinion. And then lastly, Chair, is a disclaimer of audit opinion. And this again is in relation to the financial statements where the municipality doesn't have, or the entity doesn't have, sufficient appropriate supporting information that supports the disclosures in the financial statements. So there is a lack of supporting information, which means that the auditor cannot confirm the amounts disclosed in the financial statements. That's just in brief, Chairperson. So for Kannaland Municipality, Chairperson, and this goes with the next slide, but I'll just in brief say that we're presenting here the audit outcomes for the municipality on this slide for the past 3 years. And you would see that Kannaland for the last 2 years has attained a qualified opinion for the last 2 years. Qualified opinion, which means that the financial statements has been qualified for the last 2 years. In other words, there's been material misstatements over the last 2 years. And Also, it had findings in the area of predetermined objectives or service delivery areas, as well as having findings in the area of compliance with laws and regulations. In 2018-19, it had an unqualified opinion with findings in that particular year, but the last 2 years, the financial statement opinion and the compliance findings regressed a bit. So this slide, Chair, just gives an overview, and I think I won't touch on the first bullet on the slide because the colleagues from the province has already touched on it about the interventions, the financial recovery plan that was executed at Kannaland Municipality and the processes that followed after that. As I've indicated, the financial statement outcomes has been qualified, and it's been mainly in the area of assets, liabilities, expenditure management, and expenditure. And then the municipality's governance structures has also been a challenge, Chairperson. As indicated, there was no functioning internal audit, which rendered basically the audit committee ineffective. Also, although they had a municipal public accounts committee in the periods that we've audited, Chairperson, it did not exercise its oversight responsibility effectively as required by the MFMA. And this was worsened, as indicated previously, by the instability that was experienced in key management positions within the municipality. In terms of the service delivery or the report on predetermined objectives, we had some non-compliances that we detected for the service delivery and implementation and budget implementation plan, where certain targets were amended within that plan without it being approved by the council. And then in terms of compliance areas, Chairperson, one of the biggest compliance areas that we reported on was the material non-compliance in relation to the misstatements of the financial statements. And that's because the financial statements were not prepared as required by the MFMA. In other words, financial statements submitted being free from material misstatements. Also, we had other compliance areas that we reported on, specifically in the area of strategic and performance management that related to the service delivery and budget implementation plan, where targets was changed without council approving it. There was consequence management findings that we had. In other words, your irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditures reported was not appropriately investigated, and the other matters that we reported was in the area of expenditure management and procurement and contract management. Expenditure management specifically in relation to the prevention of irregular, unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful, and then procurement and contract management, where the municipality did not always adhere to the supply chain management regulations in procuring goods and services, but detail will follow as we continue through the slide. Zani? So, Chairperson, this slide just gives an overview of what the auditors found when they did the overview of the audit of the Kannaland municipality for the past year. And you would see in the first block, we indicate that the financial statements were submitted late for the audit of the 2021-20 period. And that we attribute mainly to the impact of COVID-19. So it was submitted on the 30th of September 2021, whereas the MFMA requires the financial statements to be submitted on the 31st of August. You would notice, and I think our provincial colleagues have spoken about it, skills and capacity in the finance unit were inadequate. This is critical for the municipality in the performance of its financial reporting functions. And this resulted in the municipality having to rely on consultants to draft its financial statements because there was not sufficient skills in its finance unit. And then I think the third block just gives you an outline of, Chairperson, matter around the position of municipal manager, where I think our provincial colleagues have already touched on the matter, the suspension of the previous municipal manager event, and then also the acting incumbents that occupied that position since. And then fourthly, in and around the position of the CFO, which is also a critical position within the municipality. The CFO was previously was elevated to the position of acting municipal manager. So he was one of the actors in the municipal manager space, and hence the CFO position was then also occupied by people or staff having to act in that position. And then the final matter that the blocks would outline here, or that we want to elevate, is the fact in terms of the basic internal controls, the monthly and daily controls, we identified that these were not embedded within the municipality, Chairperson. So, Chairperson, I've already indicated that there was capacity shortcomings or capacity challenges within the finance unit at Kannaland Municipality. And this slide just gives an overview of the cost implications of the use of consultants on the municipality. So you would notice from the slide that the salary cost in the finance unit is approximately 15.5 million, while the expenditure on consultants in the 2019-20 financial period was 2.1 million, and for the 2020 and 21 period was 1.9 million. So you would approximately say it's almost 10%, or say that the municipality spend on the of its cost, if you compare to the salary cost of the finance unit, close to 10% of that is being spent on consultants, Chairperson. And although you would think that consultants, Chair, would ensure that the financial statements are free from material misstatements, we've identified that, when we did the audit, that the financial statements prepared by the consultants still contained material misstatements. There were still material misstatements contained in the financial statements, hence the qualified opinions that we've expressed over the past up to periods. And then the consultants that was employed by the municipality to prepare its financial statements is indicated in the table just on the slide, Chairperson, and the amounts that has been paid to those specific consultants. Lenny, you can move. So, Chairperson, here we just indicating the areas where we qualified the financial statements, and just an overview, but you would notice that it is impacting your balance sheet, as we would call it, or the statement of financial position, the income statement, as well as the cash flow statement, Chairperson. And that those are the areas that we have indicated for the specific components of the financial statements that was impacted. You would see, for example, for current assets, there's receivables, and for current liabilities, payables, where misstatements on employee benefits, revenue, employee-related costs, there was issues with the cash flow statement, and then in the disclosures of the financial statements. So those, this slide is indicating the areas of qualification that we had for the municipality. Sydney? Sydney, can you move the slide, please? Just an overview, and I think the colleagues from the province has also touched on this matter about the financial health of the municipality, and I'm not going to elaborate on that very much. Again, suffice to say, Chairperson, that the municipality, for the period that we've audited, had a total revenue of about 177 million, of which about 62.2 million was in the form of grants and subsidies, And just to indicate that the municipality, as indicated by the provincial colleagues, is highly dependent on grants and subsidies to pay operational expenditures like salaries and wages. So the revenue base of the municipality is really quite weak in that regard, Chairperson. When it comes to expenditure, Chairperson, just a quick overview of this as well. The big challenge that the municipality and also indicated by our provincial colleagues is in relation to the payment of its creditors. What we found that the municipality takes on average 210 days to pay its creditors. And then also in terms of irregular expenditure, Chairperson, and unauthorized expenditure, the balance as at close of the financial statements last year was 133 million on irregular expenditure, of which 21.4 million was incurred for that particular year. And then also the closing balance for unauthorized expenditure was 23.1 million, of which 6.7 million was incurred for last year's 30 June 2021 financial year end. Chairperson, the municipality had a deficit of 5.1 million, and I think that's also been touched on by our colleagues, and it unspent conditional grants of about 30.9 million for the period that we've audited. The rest of the figures indicates that at year end, the municipality had creditors of about 54.9 million, whilst the cash balance was 48.8 million. Just in terms of this, Chairperson, you would see that the creditors balances are greater than the cash balances, which is also something that's been touched on by our colleagues from the province, indicating the liquidity strain that the municipality is facing. Chairperson, there were material. Sorry, Jenny. Okay, so in terms of unspent conditional grants, Chairperson, just want to touch on this one as well. Just indicating again the liquidity strains of the municipality is that the unspent conditional grants are not always cash backed, which means that the municipality is utilizing its unspent conditional grants to pay operational expenditures such as salaries and so on in many instances, Chair. And then finally, Chairperson, in terms of the debtors or its revenue base, a lot of the services that the municipality provides to its residents or its ratepayers, a lot of those services are not really paid for, Chairperson. Hence, the municipality has to impair a big portion of its revenue base or its receivables every year because of the fact that they are not collecting its receivables or the monies owed by the people receiving services from the municipality. Sunny? In terms of the annual performance report, Chairperson, there were misstatements that we've detected in the area in the performance report, and this was specifically in terms of the usefulness within the annual performance report. Chairperson, we had two indicators where we had usefulness findings, and this was basically in the program of the service delivery program for the municipality. Chair, this mainly related to instances as previously indicated to you where the municipality changed its targets without the requisite approval by the council as required by the MFMA, and hence we had then material findings in the area of the annual performance report or the report on predetermined objectives as well, Chairperson. Sunny? Sunny? Okay. Chair, in terms of procurement and contract management, these were the findings in relation to non-compliances that we detected for the procurement of goods and services at the municipality. And you would notice that it is, just the normal supply chain management requirements that was not adhered to. So, for example, just in the case of the first bullet, we indicate here that goods and services with a transaction value below 200,000 were procured without obtaining the required quotations. Some contracts were procured, Chairperson, where the tax matters of the suppliers had not been declared in order by the revenue services, and some contracts were procured not awarding the contract to the bidder that scored the highest points. And then also some quotations except for bidders who did not declare their interest in terms of employment in the service of the state. So these were the non-compliances that we had for supply chain management, Zani. And then in terms of irregular expenditure, Chairperson, you would notice that the annual regular expenditure balance has decreased for 1 year and then increased again. So for 2018-19, the closing balance for irregular expenditure is 142.5 million, whilst at 2020-2021, it is sitting at 133.3 million. Chairperson, I must say with this irregular expenditure, and that one of our qualification areas is that we could not confirm the completeness or that all the irregular expenditure and these balances were included. So therefore we had a qualification on the financial statement specifically in relation to the completeness of irregular expenditure disclosed by the municipality in its financial statements. And I'm not going to go through the root causes again, but suffice to say that the supply chain management, requisites, most of these irregular expenditure comes because of because of supply chain management prescripts that has not been followed by the municipality as required by the supply chain management regulations. Chairperson. Tani? In terms of the annual financial statements, these are just the other compliance areas that we have, Chairperson, reported in the audit report for the municipality. And Chairperson, I'm not going to go through each one of them. Suffice to say that we had, as previously indicated, material non-compliances for the financial statements. We had material non-compliances on the report of predetermined objectives, specifically to those indicators that were changed in the year-end review, or the targets that were changed without council approval, and some other areas that we had material non-compliances for the strategic planning and performance management. Sunny? Chairperson, I've also touched on the expenditure management non-compliances that we've had reported in the audit report. And this relates mainly to the main categories of expenditure that is required by the MFMA as additional disclosure. And this is in the area of unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, irregular expenditure, where we indicated in the municipality's audit report that sufficient and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent these types of expenditure of being incurred as required by the MFMA Chairperson. Zani? So in relation to the same expenditure, Chairperson, the MFMA requires that the municipality investigates and then, if necessary, take disciplinary steps against officials or to recover the recover the expenditure. And this slide indicates, Chairperson, that the municipality has not taken sufficient steps in relation to investigating the irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful, and the unauthorized expenditure as required by the MFMA, and that disciplinary steps, appropriate disciplinary steps, has also not been sufficiently executed within the municipality against those that's responsible for incurring these types of expenditure, Chairperson. Zani? So, Chairperson, in terms of the overall root causes of the significant findings, and I think some of the provincial colleagues has touched on this, but from an audit perspective, Chairperson, we're indicating that oversight responsibility was not sufficiently exercised by the municipality to address the internal control deficiencies that existed within the municipality, giving rise to all the findings and the qualification that we've reported in the audit report, Chairperson. So what we indicate the root cause is for that is mainly the instability within the management, senior management or key management positions within the municipality, as already outlined earlier by the colleagues from the Provincial Treasury also. And also, Chairperson, in terms of the skills deficit that the municipality has in the various areas in its finance unit. So, which gives rise to deficient internal control environment as far as record keeping is concerned, reconciliations are concerned, and the execution of policies and procedures and the other internal control disciplines that the municipality has to adhere to in order to ensure sound financial stability. And reporting. And the key, this continuing instability is also resulting in monitoring and oversight of internal controls not really happening in a timely manner. And this impacts also on not only in the financial management area, but also in the area of the report on predetermined objectives or the report on service delivery. So similarly, in the area of compliance, this we will have, for example, in the space of supply chain management, a similar observation, Chair, skills deficit that results in the municipality not adhering to the supply chain management when it procures for goods and services, Chairperson. Isn't it? So our recommendations, Chairperson, in relation to address the internal control deficiencies or the root causes for the internal control deficiencies is that management must intensify their review processes, specifically in relation to the financial statements, to ensure, Chairperson, that the underlying supporting information agrees to the disclosures in the financial statements, Chairperson, and that it complies with the financial reporting framework that the municipality has to adhere to for its financial misstatements. To further indicate, Chairperson, a lot of the misstatements could have been prevented if the municipality conducted a proper review of its financial statements, Chairperson. Then, Chairperson, I think also what the colleagues from the Provincial Treasury has touched on is the skills deficit at the municipality, and I think this is something that the municipality has to address because without skilled people in the key positions, the municipality will struggle to report reliability in all the areas and to achieve compliance, Chairperson. And Chairperson, stability in key positions, I think, is the key. Stability in key positions is the key because it doesn't help the municipality changes, it rotates people in those key positions. If they have attained skilled staff in that key positions, it doesn't help if the turnover of that skilled staff is annually, 6 monthly, and so on, because it takes time to embed disciplines and internal control within the space of the governance in the municipality, service delivery, and the finances of the municipality. And then final recommendation, Chairperson, that we have is for the Department of Local Government, the coordinating ministries within the province, to continue with their oversight role over the Kannaland municipality and to continue to provide support to the Kannaland municipality to move it from this current negative audit outcome into a more positive space, Chairperson. The commitments, Chairperson, that we had from the executive committee from the municipality is that basic and daily and monthly controls will be embedded at the municipality to ensure that there's proper record keeping that support the information that's disclosed in the financial statements, Chair. And then also to put in place effective governance structures that would include capacitating the internal audit unit as well as the audit committee to exercise their oversight functions of the financial governance within the municipality, and also to intensify review processes around the quality of the financial statements, and to also ensure that there's monitoring of compliance with laws and regulations, as well as reliable reporting on the report of predetermined objectives, Chair. Chair, this closes the presentation for the Auditor-General, Aljani. And I think we would rest at this point in time, Chairperson, and hand back to you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can we now move to SALGA? SALGA presentation. SALGA.
Yeah, Chairperson, Councillor Moses will be doing the presentation. I'm sure they will be loading the presentation now. Okay, there we go.
Yes, can see it.
Good morning, Chairperson. I hope you could hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Can we go to the second slide? So we will be representing what we have done as SALGA. And the presentation outline, as you stated, the SALGA mandate, which you now know already by this time, and some of the other members, the information is obviously there to read. And as you have guided us in the beginning, we don't want to touch on the vision and missions. Those are quite self-explanatory, but we want to go to the next slide. Okay, Chairperson, that is just the municipal landscape in terms of the issue of Kannaland. As a local municipality has faced many political and administrative challenges, as some of the other presenters have also alluded to over quite a period of time. And so in 2016 up till 21, it was placed under administration, and then it also faced many other municipal challenges, such as the political instability, the cash flow management, payment of creditors, debtors, collection, billing system, bulk meter, and provision of basic services, and also the human resource capacity and budget preparation, and the credible data that is supposed to be in place. So SALGA support pillars, if I can just allude to that. There are obviously the pillars that is being indicated on the presentation in terms of the institutional capacity, the financial management, the leadership, the governance. So since 2014, the multidisciplinary approach that is based on 4 pillars, and all 4 pillars is basically to strengthen the municipality with all the challenges. So in the end, that we achieve the better service delivery. So some municipalities were selected in terms of the audit process. Khalila, I'm not sure if I move it on my phone, whether it's moving on your side. I'm not sure if it's...
So
okay. So there we also have the various municipalities that has also been impacted, such as Prince Albert, Laingsburg, Beaufort West, Cedarburg, Matsikama, and the Central Karoo municipality. Can we move to the next slide? So in terms of support that was provided, the partnership with Ernst Young in terms of the review to ensure that there is basically compliance in terms of the phase 1, which was asset management policy, correction of prior errors, the GRAP compliant asset register, valuation rights, and the existence readiness. In the second phase, was to develop and implement the corrective measures, and deployed Ernst & Young for 3 weeks to order to deal with the arrears and to identify it in the phase. Then the support further provided was obviously in terms of the common findings on ward committee members and supply chain regulation. 44, And the municipality's audit results improved from a disclaimer to in 2013 to 2014 to an unqualified in 2014 and 2015 in terms of the audit outcomes. A reviewed credit control and debt collection policy assisted the municipality with the development of a framework for revenue enhancement, and in terms of the strategy for water, the MISA funded the revenue management plan, and then the revenue generation through cost-effective tariffs has increased to 150% in 2014 and 2015 financial performance to date. Next slide, please. Then we have, obviously, in the current term, we engage the following municipalities under the Municipal Audit Support Program to discuss support initiatives such as areas of financial management, leadership, and institutional capacity. So on the 23rd of August 2022, it was Oudtshoorn and Kannaland municipality. The 24th was Prince Albert and Beaufort West. And the 25th of August was Central Karoo District and Laingsburg municipality. And then on the 26th was Matsikama and Cederberg. So yes, Chair, in terms of the first pillar, the support initiative in terms of assistance with the AFS reviews prior to the submission to AXA for audit, better quality submitted for audit, improved quality, and also the financial management and reporting of municipalities. And then obviously the second one is the review of the unaudited annual financial statement and submit the review notes prior to presenting the audit committee meeting due to take place on Wednesday, the 31st of August. So what was conducted in terms of the review was the annual financial statements of Oudtshoorn, Matsikama, Laingsburg, and it also notes were communicated to the municipalities prior to the respective audit committee meetings. So in terms of the provided dashboard support through the MFMA Audit Steering Committee that comprised of SALGA, the Department of Local Government, and Provincial Treasury in respect of the RFIs and the commerce that is in the context of the municipalities. The next slide, please. So, Chair, in terms of the review of impact terms of reference, draft terms of reference yet to be discussed with the Municipal Council or prior to SALGA's review. A workshop was held in terms of the legislation, the impact members as part of the Impact Chairperson Forum on the 22nd of September 2022. The workshop was basically held on a very hybrid meeting, and then further we will engage on the suitable date for the workshop for the next quarter. Then on the capacity constraints, no internal auditor, no audit committee. So what SALGA has basically assisted with was basically the revival of a shared service with the Garden Route for an audit committee, and the functions in 2021-22 financial year and integrated approach with the Provincial Treasury was also facilitated to a warm body and advisory support on the implementation of the internal auditing function. Then on the last one, in terms of the annual work plan impact toolkit guide was shared with the municipalities within the month of September 22, and making specific reference to dealing with an annual work plan, certain sections within that particular framework. And then, Chair, in terms of our institutional capacity, there were certain engagements that has taken place in terms of the represent in the collective bargaining council, and also on a national level, and well is within the Western Cape division. It's further to, we also negotiated collective agreement, example, main collective agreements with National, Western Cape, conditions of service collective agreement, and then the support in terms of the implementation of collective agreements within the municipality. And further to represent municipalities in the exemption applications, especially in the case of Kannaland in 2021, in 2020 and 2021. Then in terms of the labor relations, to represent municipalities in So obviously in certain dispute arbitrations, unfair dismissals, unfair labor practices in the interpretation of the collective agreement. So there was basically about 12 arbitrations. For the chair, it's also to represent municipalities in disciplinary hearings. 3 disciplinary hearings have taken place. Workshops, import labor relations topics such as Section 108 and the LRA on EPWP, expanded public works program, and also the written and telephonic advice on a daily basis. Basically 28 written advice has basically taken place. And then, Chair, in terms of capacity building, there were sort of opportunities across all units. Municipal capabilities, example, the LLF training, counseling inductions, portfolio-based inductions, chairpersons, initiators of disciplinary hearings, various annual seminars, and example, labor relations, performance management, as well as talent management. Then, Chair, to you and the committee, as well as on the issues of human resources, and there were certain best practices that was established, and basically sharing that with the municipalities in terms of the municipal staffing regulations, peer learning between municipalities, example, the JD writing and an HR strategy, and further support with the implementation of the municipal staff regulations and HR support plan was also signed. Then on performance management further, we support the cascading of performance management in municipalities, and also the performance management support plan signed. Peer learning in terms of organizational performance, performance management in terms of training for officials and management, as well as councillors. Chair, I want to say thank you for giving SALGA the opportunity to present to this committee. As you have noted in the President's presentation, there was a number of support initiatives and engagement that has taken place, but where we also want to project ourselves as SALGA, Chair, is to see that whether the inputs that we have given, whether those inputs have made a remarkable practical change within the municipality. And obviously we are basically monitoring and evaluating further, Chair, of possible challenges, and which we can basically have remedial action as soon as possible. But we've got our hands on the ball, Chair. So thank you very much for allowing us this opportunity as SALGA, Chair.
Thank you very much, Salga. We will now move to the next presentation, but I noted that the Minister of Finance, Honorable Wenger, is asking to be excused at 11 o'clock, and Mr. Graham Pauls, HOD for local government, will lead the provincial delegation. I just thought I should raise that. It's not in the chat group there. Can we now move to Department of Cooperative Governance, led by the DG, Ms. Williamson. Over to you, DG.
Chairperson, good afternoon to the Honourable Chair and the Honourable members. I also want to greet the MECs that are here present, and also our colleagues from both MISA and from the department. Chairperson, I am joined by our acting Deputy Director General, Mr. Paul Mokale. He'll be taking us through the presentation, and also with his MISA colleague, who's the DDG in MISA, Mr. Alan Zimwa. So I won't waste time. I'll just hand over to them directly so they can take us through the presentation. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Mr. Mpo Mohale will start with the presentation and then I will follow after him. Mr. Mohale.
Chair, I think Mr. Mohale might be having some connectivity challenges. I'm just checking in on him. If not, I will start the presentation.
Oh, okay. I can proceed if you allow, DG.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mr. Zimba.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Greetings to you, Honorable Chair, and also greetings to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings to the honorable member of the Executive Council, the honorable minister, and all the honorable executive mayors and the leadership from the municipalities, and also greetings to the DG, the MISA CEO, the HODs, and all the colleagues. Thank you very much. We are presenting from DCOC, which provides Section 154 support and also the other functions that we have to provide in terms of the Constitution and all the pieces of legislation. We can go to the next slide. The presentation outline is as indicated, but Chair, Honorable Chair, we won't dwell much into most of the other indicators, the financial institutional, because they have been covered. So I will fly through them. I will dwell a little bit more on the service delivery part. We can proceed, Mr. Maripane. We can proceed. This is just a background which has already been provided. Only safe to highlight that the last bullet, the DCOC family, led by the Honorable Minister of COCTA, together with all the provincial treasuries, we prepared a report, the State of Local Government report, that looked at the status of all the 257 municipalities. And that report was tabled before Cabinet in June 2021. And out of all the 257 municipalities, a number of areas were assessed, they were looked at in terms of back basics, the political issues, governance, institutional arrangements, financial management, and service delivery. And out of the 257, 64 municipalities were deemed dysfunctional because of the high risks that emanated from the assessment, and Kannaland emerged as one of those municipalities. Cabinet since that time resolved that municipal support intervention plans must be prepared to support municipalities. I must add, before I leave the slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that we did a review of that State of Local Government a year later, now in 2022, and out of the 64, it emerged that additional 2, which added to 66 of all the municipalities out of 257 are dysfunctional, which just highlights the gravity of the state of municipalities. We can go to the next slide. The state of Kannaland, it has been presented in detail with that historical background from the province. I wouldn't go into detail, and even the governance has also been highlighted. I think all the factors that is contained here is they have been provided. The Auditor-General also showed the audit opinions, which are highlighted, and we can see those ones in paper that there was a regression. With regard to administration, indeed, as you can see, there have been challenges, and all the support that both national departments and provincial departments, they give in terms of Section 154, it becomes a challenge if the administration is destabilized, as was indicated in the provincial government presentation. Therefore, we look forward with the new leadership in place that administration will be stabilized so that the administration can get the support they can also deliver. But in the main, there has been serious challenges. Financial management, it has been covered in detail by both the province and as well as the AG. We can go to the next slide. It's still the financial management, and indeed, when supply chain management is not operating efficiently and effectively, it affects service delivery, besides all the audit findings that were raised, but it affects service delivery in the sense that the projects that are considered by the bid committees, they then don't get changed and go out and service delivery is realized. We can go to the next slide. With your permission, Chair, I can just switch off my video. I just got a notification that my bandwidth is not stable. On service delivery, we can go to the next slide. This slide, Chair, we in the main, it's the from COCTA family. The Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent provides technical support. And you indicated in your remarks that you are giving us 15 minutes and highlight the main support areas. We can say, Chair, that because of the capacity challenges, the municipality had not had personnel within their technical services departments, and they have a PMU manager who manages the municipal infrastructure grant and other infrastructure grants, but she has been on maternity leave from June this financial year to November. And we would like to just indicate, Chair, that MISA has been supporting the municipality very well. By end of June, the municipality nearly spent its MIG to the figure I have is about 98% of last year financial year. This year, even though the Kannaland municipality did not have technical support, MISA had supported it to ensure that the projects they were managed, and unfortunately, by end of the first quarter, only 1.1% was achieved. I'll explain it further down, that 1.1%. On the second bullet, the municipality has received directives of non-compliance for water and wastewater delivery processes. And these directives, Honorable Chair, they just indicate that they are not working according to the way they should work. As a result, there will be pollution in water courses. As a result, they won't be able to ensure that the quality of water that will be going to the communities with the potable water is not as it should, as well as the wastewater output, which we call the effluent, will also then not be in terms of the standards and may pollute the water courses. So these directives were issued by the Department of Water Sanitation to indicate that work needs to be done to bring them to standard. Department of Water and Sanitation, they have a green drop certification program. And Chair, I must highlight that when the green drop was last done in 2013, Kannaland received a green drop score of 50%. The latest one, which was done in 2021, it dropped to 80%, implying that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But in the main, Chair, it's attributed to lack of operational maintenance, and in the main, the lack of capacity. The governance administrative challenges had a negative impact on the project life cycle of the MIC projects, because without council approvals, without supply chain committees sitting, the projects cannot be implemented. Only 4 of the 8 MIG projects planned for this financial year, they are registered on the MIG information systems, and the projects are shown as indicated. That 1.1%, it was only resulting from the PMU business plan, which is the payment of the top slice of the MIG to the MIG personnel. The other 3 projects, Chair, the water treatment works as well as the wastewater treatment works, the contractor has received a revised appointment letter, which has been dated the beginning of November, and now the contractor has been instructed to go to site. So we foresee progress on the MIG. The MIG allocation is not very big. You'll see on the next slide, it's only about 11 million, and we look forward to a fast-tracking expenditure. The ZOR new sports field lighting, it was approved some time ago. It has a challenge that there was a change of scope from initially when it was approved with normal lighting to LED, and that delayed the implementation. This project was earmarked to have been started, but because of that, it had then to go through the process again of going through the appraisal committee. We can go to the next slide. This slide, Chair, is just showing that there are a few other projects. Previously, slide indicated that 4 out of 8 were registered. These ones which are shown on the first bullet, they have already been taken through assessment by the professional teams. They have now waiting for the appraisal committee, and I've been informed that the appraisal committee invitation has already been received by the team. And for me, Honorable Chair, this is the critical milestone for Kannaland to be able to implement their MIG. Once the appraisal committee sits and approves, these projects can then be appointed. So it's a good thing that the invitation is out, and there is the allocation, which is 11 million, and that 164,000 was only from the PMU business plan. The municipality, because of the delays, they project to spend only 90% by end of the calendar year. But the good thing is that the municipality is committed to appoint professionals to assist them on a 3-year term, and that way it also takes away the challenge of procurement every year of a consultant, because if they have a 3-year term, then it cuts on the procurement, and also there is continuity. We can go to the next slide. The support plan has already been covered. It's not, we can skip this one by the province. It's not from our side. We can proceed, Mr. Maripan, to the next slide. The provision of technical support that we provide is MISA. It's in accordance with the district development model, wherein our professional registered engineers and town planners, they support from the district together with all of government in accordance with the section 154 of the Constitution. And we assess municipalities to look at the needs. We then ensure that the technical support plan is prepared, and we also urge municipalities to actually take a council resolution, so that if it's a council resolution, the support that we provide is then implemented by the administration. And the MISA Western Cape support is quite comprehensive. We have a provincial manager, a civil engineer who is a chief engineer, professionally registered, a professional civil engineer who supports Kannaland specifically, a professional electrical engineer also who supports Kannaland specifically. We also have young graduates whom we had placed at Kannaland, and they are supposed to assist, because these young graduates, they actually have qualified, they have built environment qualifications, they are engineers, And however, they are supposed to get expertise so that they register. But at Kannaland, they could not get that supervision because of the lack of senior management in the municipality. So we ended up moving them from the municipality to third parties because they have to become professionally registered. We can go to the next slide. These are our capacity building at MISA. And these capacity building programs is to indicate that Kannaland can also benefit. We train artisans, we train youths who need qualifications through work integrated learning. We also train municipal officials and also your officials that you have. We take them through what we call a recognition of prior learning, where we assess, and these officials, most of them, they may not have qualifications, but we assess their level of competence, and then we do gap filling so that they can then get qualifications. With Kannaland, we could not get their officials as they did not have a senior management to be supported, and also to ensure that the Kannaland was on the fold. So it's something that we are available to support. We can go to the next slide. This is just an overview of what MISA does, but the detail is in the next slide, so we can skip this one. This one is just an overview. We can go to the next slide. And I have already indicated earlier the dedicated support to Kannaland, specifically the Chief Engineer, Mr. Sam Dupree, Civil Engineer, Mr. Nico Liebenberg, and the Electrical Engineer, Musa Risenga. All these are professionally registered, and they have actually been supporting Kannaland even without the team, even that technical director that the province indicated who was seconded between June and December, in June 20, I think the province said it was June, I can't remember, June 20 or 21. They worked with the colleague, even when that colleague left, they continued to support. We also assist Kannaland in determining water losses, ensuring that the product life cycle of the water from the dam through the wastewater plant is measured, and that which is built is also measured so that we can cover the water losses. The biggest challenge we have with this is the capacity, because our teams, they should be capacitating the municipality. So that is one biggest challenge we have there. We also support with operation and maintenance. We prepared operation and maintenance manual and started operating procedures. They were submitted beginning of last year, but because the technical director left, it was sitting with the technical director, and we are happy now. We have been informed that there is a new director who is appointed. We hope that the director who is now appointed will then take this forward, whether it's council approved or approved by administration, so that it's processed. It's for the water treatment works. The wastewater, we do have a standard operating procedures, as well as O&M manual, and we will ensure that now that we have the director in place, we'll have both of those. We also support with the performance of the infrastructure grants, not only the MIG, it includes all the infrastructure grants throughout the whole process life cycle. We support with project registration, we support with terms of reference and specifications for the supply chain. Unfortunately, we don't sit in the bid committees. If we are invited as observers, we'll sit there, but it's also one of the areas that needs to be fast-tracked, because if supply chain does not consider and ensure that the bids are changed out, the processes will stall there. We can go to the next slide. We do also site inspections and verifications on site, and it was even more important at Kannaland, as I indicated, from June to November now. The PMU manager, who in the main was the only senior manager available. Technical services they did not have. MISA was running the MIC projects, ensuring that the municipality had support. And now she's back now in mid-November. We are working very closely with her and supporting her and providing technical advice to the municipality. And we are just indicating one of the success factors that despite the lack of capacity, the Kannaland had the MISA support assisted Kannaland to achieve that high percentage for the last financial year. We also assist with integrated infrastructure plans, and we are just indicating that the Klein Karoo Rural Water Scheme, we work very closely with the municipality and the province, but of course we give advisory role, and our engineers were advising that because the municipality gets water from the dam, it's paying a lot of money. They have done a study and they should look at equipping the borehole that was drilled, which is one of the deepest boreholes in the country. It should have a good, which has a good yield, and it will ensure that through the WISEC, it will actually provide sufficient water. The municipality could not equip the boreholes because there was a challenge with the WISEC funding they lost, which was not, the administrative paperwork was not processed. But our team is available to support the new director who is in place now. We can go to the next slide. With the solid waste, Kannaland, our team assisted to advise that out of the 4 landfill sites, because the municipality did not have a capacity both in terms of plant, equipment, and personnel to manage all of them, that they actually focus on one in Ladysmith, and that has actually been happening. The only challenge is that the other 3, which have now have been advised to close down, they still need to be looked after. They still need fencing. They need to ensure that they are covered to avoid animals and even people who go and scavenge, and also to ensure that diseases they don't spread. They do have a machine which has been standing for quite a while, and I'm sure the municipality will talk about that. But our team is advised that they should focus on the one instead of having the 4. When it comes to the electrical services, the municipality had a challenge when their technical personnel left some time ago, last year already, and they've never had a replacement. Our team has been supporting the municipality, but the challenge is the electrical engineer does not have the personnel within the municipality to support. But he is available. He supports the PMU manager, and now that the technical director is there, we take it that there will be support which will be fruitful. We can go to the next slide. This now is Community Works Program, which is the footprint within the municipality, and we are just showing that the number of targeted participants is 1,000, and the actual number as of end of October is 1,097, which is higher than the targeted, and the wards that benefited, or at least the areas is all of them actually in Kannaland, the 4, and the activities or useful work, you can see they are highlighted on the last column. I won't dwell much on this one. I can proceed. The table highlights that, and I'll request Mr. Mohale. He indicated to me that he will do the observations. Mr. Mohale, are you available?
No, good morning. Thanks, DDG. I am available, and let me apologize to the initial hiccup. There were issues of connectivity. And I tried to, but it was not to be. But I'm back in the meeting, and I was able to follow the as you presented. Thanks for standing in, and good morning to the chairperson and all the members of the committee. And let me also indicate to greet the MECs that are in the meeting, including the leadership of the municipalities and that of SALGA, as well as our colleagues. All protocols is observed. A lot has been said, and quite clear. It is clear, Chairperson, that this municipality is the paralysis continues. It is actually chronic, and it repeats itself. And it just raises that something has to be done differently in this particular municipality. I'm saying so because the staff turnover. I mean, the managers being replaced, the lapses in service delivery. You know, the issue of reporting, as reported by the AG. You know, the deficit of it. You know, the issue of compliance. It is just glaring. And the issues of litigations that continue to have. I mean, this municipality doesn't have money, but the matters are taken to court and lawyers are paid with the municipality that does not have money per se. Yes, they must defend their rights, but there is these challenges that we are facing. So from our side, we as National Cooperative, we have been observing, and but just to indicate to the members that we also have now a footprint in the Western Cape in terms of supporting MISA. Got Mr. Mahatle Jackals is our provincial coordinator, supported by Ms. Maslika Hatla, who are part of the MISA team led by Nomaza, as the DDG has been indicating. So and this team is going to really assist from us as national to support the province to deal with some of these challenges that are manifesting in these municipalities, especially the dysfunctional ones in the Western Cape is two. It is Kannaland and also Beaufort West. So if as you look at number E, this concern that we have, we intend to do something about it. And as I said, we have this footprint and the DDM in action program that we are activating. We are fine-tuning all our structural arrangement between ourselves as national government and all the spheres. And led by our DG, you know, we will be the DGs going onto a campaign and supported by all of us in the department. And in the campaign is not just going to be a campaign, it is going to look at these dysfunctional municipalities as part of the agenda, because we want to lift all these dysfunctional municipalities to the DDM platform. Like in this case, Kannaland, the Garden Route municipality platform will be used to see what can we do differently to really begin to push back and restore, service delivery, good governance in the municipality per se. We need to find ways of how to insulate, because of the political turbulences in this municipality that are continuing. I mean, even currently there are court cases, and you can see that this municipality is really challenged. And then, as I say, we have to do something different. We must try to insulate it, the administration from these turbulences in the political space. And we must also, in this campaign or this drive that we're going to come through with, working with the province, and also us coming through with other national departments, is to really ensure that in Kannaland there are some non-negotiables that we have to arrange, to ensure that whatever happens at the political level, certain things must continue and to be implemented to make sure that our people do get services in those spaces. And the drive is also to ensure that the support that is currently being imported in this municipality is really integrated between, as the province have already alluded, and they're doing a good job. We're going to complement it from us, bringing national departments, and in a systemic way, really begin to ensure that many of these challenges that has been plaguing this municipality is really addressed. In short, that is where we will rest our input, Chairperson, and we will ask the committee to note the presentation. Thank you very much.
With your permission, Honorable Chair, just to add one last thing that MISA has assisted Kannaland with 2 boreholes, one in Van Vexdorp, which became operational end of November 2021 and benefiting 500 households, as well as another borehole in Zol, which became operational end of March 2022, benefiting about 300 households. And it's not just technical support, but through our meager resources, we also contribute towards the eradication of backlogs. Thank you, Honorable Chair. We back to DG.
DG, anything?
No, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the team for presenting. At this point, I'm good. Thanks, Chair. Nothing more to add.
Okay. Now we are moving closer to Kannaland municipality, but it must be preceded by the district municipality, Garden Road District Municipality. Mayor, can I hand over to you?
Thank you, Chairperson, and all protocols observed. Chairperson, I'm Emery Boyson, the Executive Mayor for the Garden Road District Municipality. Chairperson and honorable members and guests, just a short overview on Kannaland. Kannaland is the smallest municipality out of the 7 in the district in terms of population. It is also the poorest based on having the smallest rates and tax base in the district. I also concur, Chairperson, with all the previous speakers. Kannaland is also politically the most volatile municipality out of the 7. And that is based on its political setup. And with all due respect to the current mayor and the current acting MM, at times it was not due to their own doing. It's also because of litigations, motions of no confidences, and a lot of matters that none of us had direct control over. Also, Chairperson and colleagues, Kannaland is also very prone to disasters, especially drought and animal diseases. And Chairperson, for the period in question, there's also been several interventions from the district. In some instances, we were fairly successful in the areas where only political will and administrative will were needed. So those decisions were made by the district and we could intervene, and some of the slides will indicate accordingly. But in the areas of compliance in terms of the law and legal requirements, Chairperson, we did struggle. And it's also because of, as I've mentioned previously, where we had council resolutions needed for the district to be able to intervene or to enact certain service delivery matters. And once again, the presentations will indicate accordingly. In some instances, we had to withdraw because there were no council meetings sitting where decisions could have been made for us to assist legally in terms of the necessary interventions that were needed at the time, Chairperson. And Chairperson, I'm now also going to give over to Mr. Loliwe and his team, and they would then indicate in terms of the various sectors that have intervened in Kannaland successfully so, and in other instances we could not due to issues raised by the previous presenters as well. Mr. Loliwe, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning to the Honorable Chairperson and the members of the committee, as well as the rest of the officials and that are part of this particular engagement. I think the Mayor has summarized the presentation that we are about to do. from the Garden Route District side, just to share what we have done in terms of the assistance that we provided to Kannaland. In front of you is just the vision of the district, where it shows that we need to be leading, enabling, being an inclusive district, and which is characterized by sustainable development and high quality of life for all and equal opportunities for all, which in this case also includes the community of Kannaland that we're discussing with. I think this is just a view of where, for the members, just to see where Kannaland is located in our district. It is actually bordered by two of the well-performing municipalities in our district, which is Hesekwa and then Mossel Bay municipality. This is just an overview as well of the population of the region, which includes Kannaland as well. And the household, we are 627 in population, 175,000 households, which unemployment rate as of 2020 of 15.4%. This is our contribution to the gross domestic product, as well as the percentage of the services that we are offering to our communities on your far right, as well as the unemployment that we have discussed earlier, just as an overview. I will skip this slide because it speaks to the service delivery as well for the region as a whole, but not specifically to Kannaland. But those percentages, Kannaland will have an impact. The regional service delivery, if one of the municipalities is not performing, then that will have an impact on the regional service delivery. I think it has been discussed at length, the role of political and administration leadership in our district, as well as in the local municipalities. And Kannaland has also been identified, as the executive mayor has alluded earlier, as one where we have seen that there was or there is currently instability in that regard at political level, as well as at the senior management level. Due to vacant positions that have been discussed at length by the previous speakers that have presented. The focus areas on our presentation, it's support that we have provided as requested. That will be on basic service delivery, on good governance, local economic development, and maybe share some insight on the shared services that we have had specifically with the Kannaland municipality. If we go to the basic service delivery, we've got a roads department in the district, which also then assists in the Kannaland. We've assisted, we've worked in Kannaland in terms of data collection for their rural roads, so that we can be able to assist them. We've also appointed consultants to develop a 5-year integrated transport plan. And if you go to disaster management, one of the things that we have done, we've assisted them in updating their disaster risk management strategy, which was completed in 2016, and it was handed over to Kannaland so that it can be processed and handed over to the municipality council for the adoption. We have also assisted in compilation of the disaster management plan for Kannaland, which was then submitted to Western Cape Disaster Management Center, and it was then later submitted also to Kannaland so that it can also be presented to their council. However, the information that we have, it was not. In terms of water, Kannaland is a drought-prone area, so they always have challenges of water, and over the years, we've been involved in assisting Kannaland in ensuring the sustainability of their water. One of the things that we have done, we have assisted them in sourcing grant funding from the Department of Agriculture to the value of 1.1 million. If we include to the value of 1.1 million, we've also assisted them in sourcing funding from the Provincial Treasury. And we've also assisted them in ensuring that the water restrictions are really enforced. As we said earlier, it's a drought-prone area. What we have done further in terms of the assisting them in this regard, they've requested assistance from us due to the drought, which we have acceded to that and assisted them. But because we are not a water service authority, we cannot assist further. But however, we did provide potable water. We sent loads of trucks of bottled water to Kannaland, 2 liters and 5 liters. We've also made available through our council a budget of 500,000, which we have used to buy water tanks for Kannaland, 5,000 water tanks and 850 water tanks of 20 liters each. We've also appointed a service provider to ensure that this water reaches these communities of especially Ladysmith and Zowa, which are rural communities. In the past as well, in the water security, we spent more than in the region of 35 million in Ladysmith, Kalistorp, and Zowa, in upgrading of dams, construction and upgrading of water channels, repairs of waterworks, installation of water pumps, construction of rural water pipes, establishing of engineering records for the municipalities. And in each of those towns, for the past year, we have spent about 35 million. Past 10 years. For the past 10 years, from 2002 to 2009. We've also assisted Kannaland in developing a dam safety plan for their Jan F. Lefran Dam. Yes. In terms of fire services, we also assisting Kannaland in terms of our fire services. We have a satellite station that we made specifically for Kannaland that is situated there, which is equipped with firefighting equipment and vehicles, as well as human resource. We appointed officials through the EPWP project to also assist with the staff that we have there. Worth mentioning that we are rendering this service in Kannaland for free, because even if we bill, they are unable to pay for our bill. So it is a free service. So to have the service available on its own, it's about 3.2 million a year without actually doing any service. But the availability of that service that we have stationed there at Kannaland, it's costing the district 3.2 million annually. We further assisted the Kannaland in generating the waste management plan, which were where we appointed the consulting engineers in 2019 to do that. We've also assisted them and also developed their waste minimization plan through the appointment of a consulting engineers. We did the same with the organic waste diversion. We had a pilot project with Kannaland, which costed roughly about 40,000 rands. Further in the waste space, we've also conducted a waste categorization study in Kannaland in 2019, which was a requirement by DAE and DP, which was also submitted. We continued during the COVID-19 to use our disaster management platform to assist the Kannaland on daily basis. On the housing side, we are now having a human settlement unit within the Garden Road District Municipality. We've used that to assist Kannaland as well, because they have not been getting any grants for housing due to the reasons that have already explained by the previous presenters. But the Garden Route came in to unlock these funding projects, and consulted provincial government, and the commitment now has been made for 2023, 2024 to ensure that Kannaland will again receive grant funding for human settlement. Equality management, again, on that space as a district, that is our role. We've also assisted Kannaland on various forms, as can be seen on the presentation, on inspection, on technical support in the municipal area of Kannaland in terms of their equality management plans. If we go to good governance, we understood that for any institution to achieve service delivery, you need to have good governance structures in place. I think I don't need to say much about the governance structures, as the previous presentations has already alluded to the status of governance at Kannaland at some time. But on the garden route side, what we have done, we have tried to assist Kannaland by ensuring that they established an internal audit unit and risk management unit. They don't have capacity, so we entered into an MOU with Kannaland to assist them in that regard. We have developed the internal audit methodology for Kannaland. We have also developed the action plan to address the issues that were raised by the Office of the Auditor-General. We have developed the charters for your audit committee and the risk management committee. However, the challenge is that those structures were not in existence, because whatever you do, those documents had to be approved by either council or the structures like your risk management committee and the audit committee. What we have then offered to Kannaland, we have offered our audit committee as a shared service to actually approve these documents that I have referred to. We did have an audit committee meeting on the 29th of July to approve the internal audit methodology and the structures and the policies to actually establish the unit. Unfortunately, that meeting could not find its conclusion, or could not be concluded, because in the middle of the meeting had to be stopped due to political issues and political instability, without approving those documents because of a certain decision that was taken by council at that particular time. And then the administration informed us now the meeting had to stop, and everyone in the municipality then had to leave. Therefore, the audit action plan then could not be presented to the relevant structures. However, we also assisted them with the drafting of their risk-based audit plan at some point, because we also assisted them with the risk assessment. We provided them with the risk registers. However, due to lack of the structures to approve those were never followed up in terms of the governance structures. We then went further. We procured a governance system which facilitate risk management and the other internal audit, as well as the action plan and everything that has to do with governance. We've paid about 712,000 towards the system, which was to the benefit of Kannaland municipality. But unfortunately, again, as a result of these structures of not being in place, it was difficult to measure the effectiveness of the implementation of the system. However, in terms of implementation, the training, and all of that, relevant officials were trained to operate the system. In local economic development, we have a program that is rolled out throughout the district to support the SMMEs. To date, we have supported 7 SMMEs in the Kannaland region that have benefited to this SME support program. In the tourism space, we have also appointed a service provider through our own tender processes to evaluate and conceptualize the Kannaland tourism strategy. And that strategy was then adopted by the Kannaland municipality. We do have, as a region, as well as an investment prospectus. As part of the investment prospectus, we do have catalytics projects for the region, and out of the catalytics project that we have, we've identified 4 catalytics projects to be done in Kannaland, which include a renewable energy project. The investment prospectus is available on our website. We also have shared service with Kannaland, the ICT shared services, where we pay licenses for the GIS and support, and Kannaland is benefiting from that. We've also have our document management system, which we call Collaborator, where we are giving to Kannaland for free, because what we do, these shared services, we do build the municipalities in the region, because the cost of these services sometimes it's a bit high. But for Kannaland, we build them and write them off. And as of 31st August, I think we're probably going to write off about 1.5 million that is relating to those services. We do have also in human capacity, did provide in the past in human capacity, human resource capacity, financial assistant, internal audit that I've referred to, in supply chain, human capacity, we did provide in the past with the assistance, of course, of the other colleagues from SALGA as well as Cooperative. At some point, we had an MOU between us, Kannaland, and Cooperative, and Cooperative was actually monitoring the MOU. But because of the issues that have been discussed earlier by the previous speaker, it was then very difficult for those interventions to yield the fruits that we would have expected from those engagements. One of the things that we think maybe we need to bring to the attention of the committee is that as we sit here, we want to be a water service authority. We don't have much power in terms of assisting municipalities in our regions like Kannaland if we are not a water service authority. As you can see from our interventions in terms of bottling water and sending tankers, if we were to be a water service authority, then we would probably then have a meaningful impact in terms of addressing water-related issues in Kannaland. We did apply, and we are Section 78 study, which we believe that we will be supported and be given that status so that we can be able to have a meaningful impact in Kannaland as far as the drought and water resources are concerned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have now come to the climax of the event. I'm sure Kannaland was listening to the support that's coming from national, provincial, and the district, and SALGA, and even the Office of the Auditor-General and the gaps. But we will now allow them, as was indicated, that this is something that has been planned together, would allow Kannaland now to make their presentation, which is the last presentation, honorable members. I'm sure we have been taking notes. Mayor of the local municipality.
Mr. Chair, as Keith Don, acting MM, I'd just like to say that we have to do a presentation within the 15 minutes that we have till 12, as there's a power outage and we have to restart the main server of our computer just to safeguard it. So I'll do the presentation and hopefully we'll be finished by then. If I can just ask our colleagues from Province to put up the presentation of Kannaland, please. Can we get to a full screen? Okay, thank you. Can we go to the first slide? Okay, just the historic. We've said everything was presented to the committee. All that I want to add is that with the establishment of Kannaland, we have established an executive mayor and award committee system. Currently, there are 7 councillors in office, and we are grade 2 in terms of the Office Bearers Act. The population is 22,244. Can we go to the next one? Since my appointment, I compiled the action plan, management action plan, and these are the main chapters within that plan. The cash flow position of the municipality is dire at this stage. It continues to be, as we've seen, it's been coming a long time. We're currently negotiating with Eskom in terms of the debt agreement. We don't want to enter into any agreement that we know we can't pay those commitments. So we are in a negotiation process with them. In terms of the cash flow itself, it has caused service delivery issues for the municipality. Certain services aren't functioning properly as was given. And then the organizational structure is to be reviewed. And we've had a strategic planning session of council where we approved a new macro structure for the municipality. The legal action that was instigated by the municipality as applicant has been retracted, and all those cases have been closed as such. There are certain investigations that are going to be that remain to be investigated, and especially in applications or appointments made from the 1st of January 2022. In terms of the payment rate, the payment rate was currently at 83%. That means that 83% means that we have to reduce our expenditure, or we have to collect more money. So we are busy with our debt collection and credit control mechanisms. We are currently blocking people's electricity and taking the necessary measures as given in our policy. Then the strategic management of the municipality has to do with the one would question why there's been such a failure over such a long time in the municipality itself. And it seems that the biggest problem in the municipality is the institutionalization of controls, as the Auditor-General has said, and then assigning these control measures to officials within your microstructure. That needs to be revised, and that is what we're currently busy with. And then the office accommodation, there are various offices in all the towns within the area that we need to reconsider. There are offices that we rent that we can't afford, so we need to consider those agreements as well. Staff discipline needs to be progressive, and we need to take the necessary action against people who have been found to be out of order. And then a land audit. The municipality is going to go. The municipality wants to do a land audit to determine the possible uses of the land, and then also to work out the strategy going forward. The control and debt collection policy, as I say, has been applied. That needs to be done in order to get to our cash levels and to get to a funded budget, as was said. Can we then go to the next slide? The cash position, the current cash position as at the 31st of August was, we owed creditors 69 million. It seems that amount remains with Kannaland, and we don't seem to get rid of it. Our cash in our bank on the 4th of November was 852,000 rand. and of which EPWP funding was 464,000 rand. That was unspent. And then our chief financial officer, the post is vacant. The incumbent that was in the post acting has retired because of poor health. So we in the process of headhunting for a CFO. The Auditor-General is in the final week of the audit for the 2021-2022 audits. The audit report given by the AG was for the year 2020 and 2021. So we take note of those findings. And then the council litigation costs, we haven't established what the total cost is going to be, but that's also in terms of the cash flow position, it's also going to affect us going forward. And then the end of this month, we have to pay bonuses in terms of our collective agreement. So that is also a challenge for the municipality currently. Next one. Debt collection, what we need to do and what needs to be done. Debt collection needs to be improved. Stability must be established within the administration. We can't continue to suspend and to keep people suspended. We have to get them to return to work, and we need to take the necessary steps against them. Consequence management is needed as given by the Auditor-General in terms of fruitless, wasteful, and unauthorized expenditure. In terms of Section 32 of the MFMA, as well as Circular 68, in terms of consequence management. Policies and procedures, we need to review our policies and procedures, and we need to apportion responsibilities. We have to look at the way that we do things. We can't just continue. It seems that you have consultants. The consultants come, you pay them a lot of money, but those policies and procedures are never institutionalized. So that needs to change. Cost containment, we have to look at the way we're doing business and what is the best way to do it, and to look at possible savings in terms of the overtime and standby allowances. Is from the 1st of November, I gave an instruction that the measures needed to be improved, and then also the control around those expenditures needed to be properly put in place. And then in terms of mentorship and in-service training, I think that is one of the weaknesses that we have in Kannaland, that there wasn't proper internal training of officials. So they were given the opportunity, but they never told how to do it. So that needs to be reviewed and done. And then operational procedures has to tie in with our job evaluations and job tasks. In other words, doing the work. How do we do the work, and why do you do the work? We need to understand what we need to do. That is something that needs to come through strongly in our discussion here today. We need to look at the mechanisms in terms of service delivery. It's good that we have the support from the state. The problem is the effect of the mechanisms that we put in. Are the people well trained, and is there supervision? So those are also certain things that need to be looked at in terms of service delivery. And also the safeguarding of our assets needs to be taken a look at when it comes to the service delivery mechanisms as we see it. And then we need to work on the image of the municipality. It seems that the municipality has been in the news for the wrong reasons. We need to change that, because we need to. It's a poor reflection on government to constantly be in the news for the wrong reasons. And then partnerships and teamwork. It seems that the municipality has got good partners in terms of, if I take a look at the program, the presentations, right? There is a collective in terms of getting things right. So it's an inclusive thing. I just would like to say that we have had 2 engagements with intergovernmental relations with the Minister of Local Government, Anton Bredell, and then also the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. They already visited Kannaland, and we've put forward our case, and they've also replied, and they've also promised to give us support in terms of going forward. So we appreciate that assistance. Town planning assistance town planning needs to be done properly. We need to get to development. We need to get rid of red tape. We need to see to it that we can get our towns and our houses built, and to broaden the tax base as well, so that to be efficient there would help us then in terms of revenue enhancement. Okay, the next page. There was a council strategic session, as I said, and then what we did is we revised the macro structure in terms of the staff regulations. There's a financial service directorate, a community service directorate, and an infrastructure directorate, and a corporate directorate that was formally agreed upon. And then we also looked at office accommodation, as I said, in terms of that action plan of ours. The internal management action plan, we revised that, and we took a look at where we need to go and where we want to be. We assigned responsibilities to certain officials to get things done. So that is also in process now. And then we looked at challenges and quick wins in terms of our departments and how we can help to turn around the municipality in the shortest possible time. So yeah, that was also logged, and we will manage it going forward in terms of changing those directorates. Next slide, please. So that is basically what we have to say, Mr. Chair. I know that we did it a bit hastily, but ESCOM doesn't wait for us when it comes to presentations. And I thank you all for your support to the municipality, and we look forward in changing the municipality to being one of the best in the Western Cape and South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. Honorable members, I think you have been listening for more than 2 hours, taking notes. So this is now your turn to engage with the presentations. I see Honorable Space, number 1, Honorable Mpumza, number 2, Honorable Becky Hadebe, number 3. Can I allow you in that order? Oh, the 4th one is Honorable Msimango. That order, please, Honorable Space.
Chairperson, thank you very much. You have to really indulge with me. I have lots of questions. Chairperson, I want to from the onset say that I am naturally very optimistic. The reality of the situation of Kannaland is that we need to decide, or as this forum and the different departments, at what point are we going to stop with support packages, diagnostic reports, investigations and interventions, because for the longest time, this particular municipality has received all that and actually more. And it seems to get worse. A case in point, Chairperson, is that the reality is that the core problem is that there is political instability. I heard that the one gentleman, Mr. Stephen Kenyon, said that there is now a new team. There is no new team. It's the same people that is in charge of that municipality, recycled, coming back again, going out, coming back again, which means the problem stays around and it doesn't go away. The very mayor that you now have in Kannaland has been there since 1994. So how new is that? What new is that person bringing who is responsible for this municipality being in that mess? Whether he was out for a year or 2 or a few months, the reality is that person is key in what is happening in that municipality. And then we keep on saying that the municipality is poor. It has a small or weak economic base. In reality, it's a very rich municipality. It's one of the municipalities in the country in terms of products and agriculture, has so much to offer. They are the port capital of the world, of the country, of whiskey capital of the country. They have very successful festivals. They have wine estates that like you cannot believe. They have the cheese that they have there, the factory. They have all these things there, and all these things are at risk of being taken away because political leaders are there for themselves and not for the people. They have a rich community who's been digging in themselves. People are now fixing potholes in that area. That is where we at. You look at a director that has just been appointed acting infrastructure and community services. That same person was the former MM who is involved in corrupt activities and is investigated still. But yet he returns, he comes back in just with another cap or another hat, and he is just accepted that he will now change things around as part of a new team. There is no new team besides the acting MM, who I don't know, and I've just heard today for the first time. I'm telling you, Chairperson and honorable members, this is a mess. But let me go to the following. This municipality has a bloated staff complement. I want to understand, and maybe I've missed it, I haven't read that now. What is the percentage of their wage bill currently in terms of the operational expenditure? Now, if you have a high staff bill, I always ask the following question, and my colleagues know, what is your staff complement at this municipality currently? Because it's a very small municipality. The recently appointed mayor needs to tell me how many new staff has been appointed in the offices of political office bearers, speaker, deputy mayor, and I also want to understand how many people have been appointed in the impact office. And in that same breath, I want to understand what cost containment measures are being put in place in order to deal with these high salary or employee costs, related costs. Because that's not what we hear. I want to understand what revenue enhancement strategies, if any, is there. The acting MM has just mentioned there the strategic session. One would want to know what was decided in that strategic session. How are you going to deal with these measures going forward? Because people are being paid high salaries for doing nothing. Because at this very moment, Chair, and I've actually made a list, Kannaland has no safety plan, which means they cannot access any money from the Department of Community Safety. They have no LED strategy, yet they are very rich, as I would say, in economic drivers. They have no tourism plan. Luckily, we've heard from the district, they have appointed a consultant. The report was adopted by council. I want to know when was it adopted? Where is that plan currently? Is it being effective? There's no youth development strategy. Young people are involved in all sorts of things in that area. There's no opportunities for them. You get a community hall that's vandalized for years. The insurance money has been paid up, but that's also been stolen or whatever happened to it, but it's not there, it's not fixed. You have raw sewer running on a regular basis. You have illegal dumping in areas like you will not believe. Roads are falling apart, and as I said, community are fixing potholes. Street children are roaming the streets. So while all this is happening, Chair, the people are suffering on the ground. Now, I want to say whether it was with intent or no intent, there are people who has been part of this mismanagement and corrupt activities going on in that municipality for years. And still they are today sitting there in positions and getting salaries. People are being fired left, right, and center. I don't know if there's disciplinary processes. I would like to get a report, Chairperson, to this committee of how many officials are currently on suspension. The acting MM say that the recent court cases have been closed. How do you just close cases and been stopped? There were transgressions. If money has been spent unauthorized or illegally, people need to be held accountable. So it cannot be just words thrown around like that. We need to get the report on how this has happened. What has happened to the Section 106 investigation? So all of these things, Chairperson, becomes a problem. I want to raise the following as well. It's alleged that there's been unlawful appointments that were made in the Kannaland municipality through the council, not through the council, in the municipality. Was the current mayor aware, or is he aware of these appointments and whether they indeed were irregular? If so, did he vote against these appointments? And then from the Western Cape government, it is clear that the financial recovery plan has really not been implemented by this municipality as they have committed. So I want to understand from the province side, do you have the impression that any of this has changed and that it will change? And that is an open and honest question, Chairperson, that I really need to ask. Then lastly, Chairperson, just as a point in case, the infrastructure problems that are there is not because there is no capacity. It's because of poor planning and mismanagement. Calitzdorp, for instance, at this moment, Chairperson, is besides load shedding, they're also having water shedding. So which means their water gets switched off in the evening. Then that is supposedly to have the reservoirs refilled. But the system has the capacity. There are 4 pumps, but at this moment, 2 of those pumps are broken and it's not being replaced, which means at any point, the people of Kannaland can have no water. I want to understand from the mayor, what is the plan going forward? What are you doing about this? Because as I said, it is not because there's no capacity. It's a mismanagement in terms of people not doing their work and people not planning properly. Because I know as of recent, one of the officials have also been suspended because that person was never even qualified to do this job, but received a high salary for doing absolutely nothing. Chairperson, I can go on and on, but I know my colleagues would want to also get in here. And for now, I would like to just stop there and say, at the core of this is the political leadership that doesn't give a hoot about what is going on there. And we must also, as this committee, also ask ourselves, at what point does public representatives remain public representatives irrespective of the things that they are being found guilty of and convicted? Because that's also a problem in this municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mpumza.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning to you, honorable members, the Minister in the Western Cape government, the DG and all official present, as well as the executive mayor of the district and the local. Chair, the presentation that we have received about the status of Kannaland municipality is so disheartening. And it is a shame to learn that leaders who had been appointed to very critical strategic position, the mayor, the speaker, whoever, and the council, are the very people that are creating a conundrum in that particular municipality. By not leading, but by becoming involved in the infighting. I think it must sink in the minds of these leaders that they should not put shame to the electorate who had put their confidence in them by electing them into such senior positions. Chair, again, the presentations are indicating us that this municipality has repeatedly adopted unfunded budget over a number of financial years and even the current. I understand that in terms of the law, these draft budgets, when developed by municipality, they are submitted to COCTA in the province and the provincial treasury for them to scrutinize and to advise. How come then that this support from provincial treasury and the COCTA has been absent over these years? Budget, because treasury, each budget cycle issued regulations that are guide to municipalities to comply with in actually compiling credible budgets. Why is it that there had been no support from the province, that this municipality over a number of years had been adopting unfunded budgets? Chair, again here, it is indicated that there is a significant constraint in financial management in the Kannaland municipality, in the sense that senior critical positions around the CFO, the budget office, and the supply chain are not actually prioritized. What is it that prevents the municipality not to prioritize critical positions and to be filled up so that we are sure that the municipality's administration is stable? And what role is the province or the treasury and COCTA are playing to ensure that the administration of this municipality is actually set up to be stable so that it runs with its legal and constitutional mandate of providing services and governance to its people? Chair, the Auditor-General. The Auditor-General's report indicates that the municipality continues to be non-compliant with regard to the timer submission of annual financial statement. Yet at the same time, this municipality is over-reliant on consultants who are actually billing huge sums of money from this municipality, yet submissions of annual financial statement are not timers. What consequence management is this municipality applying to the very consultants? And to them, what reputational damage in their profession is this, that they are employed and are charging, yet at the same time, the annual financial statement are submitted on time? Chair, on the 21st of October, 2022, the Kannaland Municipal Council had appointed an acting municipal manager who was previously dismissed from the George municipality for financial misconduct. And the employment of this acting municipal manager was in contravention of Regulation 18 on the appointment regulations, as well as the Municipal Systems Act. What remedial action is the municipality and COCTA in the province are doing to address this anomaly of deliberately contravening regulations and the law, appointing somebody who had been dismissed for financial misconduct from other municipalities? Again, what remedial action is the municipality taking in relation to the appointment of the executive manager, infrastructure and community services, who does not have the required qualification for this position? And why has this happened under the very nose of the provincial court, because it's responsive for concurrence in terms of the law? How was it possible that this municipality would go on to appoint somebody who does not have the requisite skills in that particular position? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mbumza. Honorable Kolani Msimank.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The first point of departure will be to say, after listening to the presentation, I'm worried because Kannaland has been reported as one of the municipalities in the 64 that were tabled in Parliament as municipalities that are dysfunctional and that are unable to meet their minimum obligation to deliver services. But listening to the presentations, it is clear that the situation is becoming worse. But what is even more worrying is that when you listen to the plan of the municipality, I don't find anything that seeks to suggest that they have plans to turn the tide around in order to make sure that they are able to deliver services. Two things that I want to raise after that is that, one, the municipality, when they were doing the presentation, they might have made that point. I did not pick up the point that seeks to suggest that what is it that the municipality is going to do in order to make sure that they build internal skills audit within the municipality, so that they run away from using the outside capacity, which is outsourced. That's number one. But one that I want to raise is around the issue of the personnel in a form of acting municipal manager who was previously dismissed for financial misconduct, and apparently this person has been now reappointed into the municipality. And according to the knowledge that we have, is that this goes against Regulation 18 of Municipal Systems Act. And I want to know specifically, what is it that the municipality is doing to correct this situation? Chair, for now, let me stop there with a view that you will allow us to come back maybe on a second bite. Thank you.
Honorable Peggy Hadebe.
Thank you, Chair. And let me welcome presentations. It's a pity, Chair, that the issue and the question that I have is the question that has been raised by the two previous colleagues. And we are talking about an official who is part of us and who has just presented to us the acting municipal manager. And I'm sure whatever questions of clarity that you are asking, he will understand it on the basis of principle and in compliance with the legislative prescript that governs local government, and not as an attack on an individual. Indeed, Chair, the person implicated has been dismissed, and the case went for arbitration, and he was found guilty on 3 accounts out of 4 that were leveled against him. And now in the provincial legislature of the Western Cape, a question was posed to the MEC in relation of whether or not, and I'm raising the issue of the MEC because Regulation 18 states the following, Chair, and I quote, "A municipality must maintain a record of a staff member dismissed for misconduct and a staff members who resign prior to the finalization of any disciplinary proceedings. A record contemplated in subsection 6 must be submitted within 14 days of such dismissal or resignation to the MEC, and it highlights all the information that is contained in the information that is given to the MEC. And the MEC, in his response, he indeed, Chair, confirms that yes, he was aware of such a dismissal. And on the 11th of November, he wrote to the municipality, advising the municipality that it won't be advisable for the current acting MM to be appointed based on what has been reflected and indicated in terms of Regulation 18. I also want to get now an understanding from the leadership of the municipality when that decision was taken in council. Did they deliberately ignore or disregard the legislation that prohibits dismissed officials to be reappointed? If they've done so, why? If they were not aware, now that they've been made aware, on the 11th, the MEC said, Chair, I quote in his response in the provincial legislature, "I inform the municipality that in light of Mr. Jordan dismissals as George Municipality, he may be prohibited from being reappointed in the municipality for a period of 10 years. Now that they are aware and there is such an indication from the MEC, will they act to remedy the situation and make sure that the prescripts and the legislation that is in place is adhered to? That is my question, Chair. Thank you. I will come back with another one. But I thought we needed to just clear the woods and get this matter out of the way, Chair. Thank you so much. Honorable the Chairperson, I am done.
I'm speaking without unmuting myself. I acknowledged that you are done, and I was trying to plan now how do we tackle these questions in a manner that would be speedily. I'm sure the different presenters, first let's appreciate the presentations, and I'm sure as members of parliament we have a clearer picture now of what is happening in Kannaland. And let's also indicate our wish is that the municipality should move away from the kind of situation that we are getting described. But in indicating our wish, it comes in the form of questions. So would expect responses. Maybe let's start now from the bottom, start with the municipality. because I think they'll give us a better picture of what are their intentions to reverse the situation. And so there are pointed questions here, which I think let's respond to them. On the issue of what is this alleged appointment of somebody who we are alleging is not supposed to have been appointed. I'm sure he or she knows how to conduct him or herself in a situation where your name is being discussed. So what would expect is a response. Obviously, it can't come from him. Can we allow Kannaland, Mayor, and you can allocate your team in terms of how you want to respond to the questions?
Chairperson and Jeffrey Donson, I'm the Mayor of Kannaland Municipality. Council took a decision to get a legal opinion about the and we restructure Kannaland. So we are busy to put in systems to turn Kannaland around. I heard what all the speakers said, and the speaker sat next to me, and we decide after the election that we are going to provide for the people of Kannaland a stable council, but we are accountable. But you must understand that we are only for 1 month in power. So we can't just go in. We must do everything according to the law. And we must look at the Constitution before we do anything. I heard a lot of things that they said they did for Kannaland. But if they did what they said they did, then it's not true that Kannaland can be in the state, if they said it's true. That's why we are going to investigate. I agree with you, Chairperson, that we just can't sit here and not turn Kannaland around. You must understand that I am in the municipality for more than 28 years, and I know how the law works, and I know how to govern. But you also must understand, for the previous 7 years, the DA and the ANC was in government of Kannaland. And I don't want to fight with them. The only thing is that all of us have something in common. We want Kannaland to go further. We want Kannaland to go forward. And that is what we want, and that is what we do. And after 3 months, they can phone me any time. And then you can look and see. Because I'm going to phone them. I'm going to phone them and ask for help. We first want to do the things that the law wants us to do. And we are not going to work not with you. We are going to work with provincial government and national government, because we know it's the only way that if we work together to turn Kannaland around. And that is what my full answer is to all the members, to say to them, we are going back now, and we are going to look about what you said, and then we start working. And I don't talk about days or months. I talk about within the when this meeting closed, I'm going to work. Because you said a lot of things. You must understand also, I myself wrote numerous times letters to National Treasury to say it is an unfunded budget. No response. We wrote to the AG to talk to them about certain things. No response. They don't want to talk to me. And that's why I'm not too prepared today to be dishonest to you. I want to be honest because that is my life, to be honest. Thank you, Chairperson.
Can
Honorable
yes.
Chair?
Yes.
Yes, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't interject. But I'm pleading, and I understand, Honorable Mayor, we ask a pointed question, Chair, and we did not get the direct answers. One, the question is that at the time of the council decision, was council aware of the 3 dismissals in the 3 findings which led to the dismissal of the acting MM? And when you took that decision, you took it fully aware of the events of judgment. That's the question. I did not get a response on that. We appreciate and understand your undertaking and your commitment. That is fully appreciated and welcome. But here we want to establish the sequence of event and the accuracy of information so that our recommendation is based on factual information. 2 was that, have you received the advice on the 11th of November from the MEC that you need to reconsider, or that the acting MM should have not been appointed? That's what we wanted. So if I can get those pointing responses on those simple and straightforward questions. Thank you, Chair. And my apology for interjecting. I just wanted to get a clear answer so that when we make follow-ups, we know what is it that we want to follow on. Thank you.
No, I was before I take the interjections, let's us explain to the team of the municipality that when questions are raised in a pointed manner, because these members are going to make follow-ups on the responses that you have given. So I thought the mayor was making a political overview, and others in his team are going, because I assume they have been taking notes as well on the specific questions. So that was my assumption as well, that there's still going to be people who must respond to all these pointed questions. In other words, Honorable Mayor, our work as public representatives in the committee, who we said is an extension of Parliament, is to ask questions on behalf of the people of Kannaland in particular now, because we are here. So if they are not answered, this meeting is open. People are listening here. They would appreciate proper responses. And I heard you saying them. If what they were saying here was true, the situation would not be like this in Kannaland. And I assumed when you say them, you were referring to the provincial government, the district municipality, as well as national COCTA, and then you also included the Office of the Auditor-General and National Treasury. But that was good for the mayor, because that's a general statement, but we want specifics now in terms of the questions raised by members. Otherwise, the exercise would not be complete if we don't get specific responses. Can you assign some people? Try and respond to the specific questions. Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I understand what you said to me. On the when we took the decision for him to act, we do know nothing, you know. And then we received a letter from the minister. And on that point, when we received the letter, we took a decision to go for a legal opinion, because we don't know when the law starts, and can you backdate the law, and so we await that opinion. Thank you.
Other questions? Can I assume that, Mayor, you are referring some of the matters to your team? Okay, Mr. Paul Swart.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I'm also a mayor of a smaller municipality and also a member of the PEC SALGA, the province. But I just want to say that I concur and I agree with all the previous speakers, Honorable Spies, Mr. Pumsa, Mr. Simangu, Mr. Debbie. You know, I've listened to all the interventions and what took place, you know, for so many years into a small municipality like Kannaland. And we are all public representatives representing people who put their trust in us. And I'm frustrated. You know, I don't know all the background and the history of Kannaland, but I'm sure that there is leaders like Honorable Spies and others who exactly know what happened, and also the district mayor, Mr. Memory Boyson. We know what the challenges are in local governments. We're dealing with people who are struggling every day. But, you know, coming to this point, with this intervention, Kannaland, and the mayor must truly understand that this is really a hand from national and provincial and SALGA, just a helping hand. How can we take Kannaland forward? Not the leadership or administration, the people of Kannaland. That is what it's all about. We know the challenge of our country, you know, the challenge of ESCOM. People are already frustrated, but where we as leadership can make a difference, and that is where we need to concentrate it. But I can tell you today, Honorable Chair, is that, you know, if you as national representative and also the provincial representatives and SALGA if we allow these things to continue as they are at the current state, it's not only Kannaland, but there's more municipalities. you know, I read papers and I watch television and I know of some of the background of some of the municipalities. You know, the political interference, political instability, and that is, we must understand we are all human beings, and if we stand in the way of a better tomorrow for people who are really, you know, poverty-stricken in our communities, I think that is so wrong. But if we as leadership and you as honorable chairperson and your team, you receive reports monthly, and we know the situation in some of the municipalities. But if we allow this to happen, then we will become, you know, complicit in this prolongation of the extreme hardship and the poverty of the people on the ground level. And I hope that after today, really, I'm in the PEC of SALGA, and we've discussed that we will also go and meet the political heads there in the municipality, and just to see how can we really take Kannaland forward. But we need to come up with solutions, Chair. And I know there is leaders in this room that really can and do know. And the leadership of Kannaland, please just take advice and also the help offered to you as Kannaland. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I am
Chair.
still.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Honorable Mbumza.
Sure, Chair. We as members, Chair, we have raised pointed questions to the municipality and both the provincial government, COPTA and Treasury. We had the mayor to be in office as a mayor is too long for 2 days. Now you are in an office over a period of a month. That's too long. And you have been briefed of the positions in the municipality. Our pointed questions are seeking to find answers so that we get solution to the current challenges confronting this municipality. So the mayor, Chair, has not responded to our questions. Instead, the mayor has just pleaded ignorance of the law. Now that he knows, because we've explained the law, he must respond to our questions. We still have follow-up questions to come up.
Yes. I'm still trying to manage. Can I stop everybody now and I guide the meeting? We are still trying to source responses to questions that have been raised by members. The mayor did not say he is done with our questions. I thought he was talking to some people up somewhere. But maybe in the meantime, I think your message is very clear. The responses have not been received. In the meantime, let's start with the province and COGTA nationally, if there are any issues out of the questions that were raised that the province might want to respond to such questions. I'm waiting for the mayor and his team. I know they have not responded to all the questions we have raised. Before we allow follow-ups, let me hear this voice that is at the background.
Thanks, Chairperson, the Head of Department Local Government in the province. I'm going to respond to 2 questions, and
yes,
I'll ask my colleague Kamal to come in here. So the members, the honourable members, absolutely right. The MEC in the province of responsible for local government has written to the mayor and has indicated in relation to the acting director, both for infrastructure and I think it's community services. I speak under correction. But Kamal can assist me that the incumbent acting director doesn't qualify and meet the requirements in relation to director infrastructure, and we've asked that the mayor respond within 7 days as to how that will be remedied. And in regard to the acting MM, there is a understanding, given the fact around the legislation, given the fact that there was a 2-year sort of delay to revise the legislation, to make absolutely sure, though the MEC has written, we've now also requested a senior council opinion on whether the acting MM, given the what's happened at the previous municipality, whether it's actually allowed to do that. So based on the legal opinion, we will also then write back. I will assume that the MEC will write back to the municipality. And I don't want to preempt the outcome of the legal opinion, but we are definitely on it, and we monitor the detail around that. But if you allow, Chairperson, I can also ask some of my colleague to come in this regard. Thanks.
They can come in. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, as my HED has indicated, we've written to the municipality regarding the appointment of the incumbent in the post of the Director Infrastructure Services and Community Services. We've clearly indicated to the municipality that the incumbent does not meet the minimum requirements relating to the qualifications. We've given the municipality an ultimatum as to what remedial steps it will take. If not, we will then obviously institute legal proceedings regarding that appointment. In relation to the appointment of the acting MM, we've also outlined in our letter to the municipality that we will be seeking senior council opinion, which has already gone off, and we are awaiting the senior council opinion pertaining to the applicability of the enforcement of Section 57A of the Municipal Systems Act. One needs to also take into account the fact that the acting MM was appointed on the 21st of October 2022. With regard to Regulation 18, we therefore wanted a senior council opinion pertaining to the enforceability of Regulation 18 in light of the fact that that is derivative from 57A, which was declared unconstitutional at the time through the Samuel judgment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That might clarify some of the issues. Honorable Mayor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The Mayor has just left the room. I'm the Speaker of Kannaland Municipality.
Yes, please.
I have heard that the colleagues from Provincial government, Mr. Paulse and his other colleague, answered the question regarding the position of Mr. Jordan. I can just confirm that we have received a letter from the MEC. We did took it to council. We made a decision, or we made a resolution that we will await the MEC's legal opinion. We also requested at the meeting that we will reply to the MEC regarding the Director Infrastructure and Community Services. The letter that council instructed the administration to do, I think it must be at the MEC's office. It was sent yesterday or will be sent today, where we will ask the Minister for Local Government to assist us in the critical challenges that was talked about by all the other presenters, specifically regarding to the one that we will need to unbundle the Directorate Technical Services and also the Directorate Community Services. So we had asked, or we will ask the provincial government to guide us with that process. That is where we stand regarding that. The other issue, Chairperson, we went on load shedding while Honorable Member Spies was raising a few questions around water sustainability and water challenges. If possible, can the Honorable Member repeat the questions for the administration to give the proper answers regarding that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, we honorable members, we're trying to manage this so that we get answers to your questions. I see, I think the last speaker was saying, Honorable Space, if you can. I thought I was writing the messages, but it would be better if it is done by Honorable Space. Honorable Space, can you do that? We're trying to go through your questions by asking them, emphasizing where we have got a gap. Honorable Space, would you, I see your head is...
No, Chairperson, Chairperson, we are all with load shedding. I was sitting in load shedding at the same time. I had to make means knowing I had this presentation or this engagement. And I'm seeing here, it's running from this side to this side, and we are being played for the fool, and that's how I feel. We sit, how many times we sit with mayors that has to answer. All of a sudden, the mayor gets up, he leaves, didn't apologize to you to leave this meeting, which is disrespectful. And he just left the room. Now he's just the speaker speaking, and now they're saying they're not. Yet the mayor earlier on responded to some of my questions selectively on what he wanted to say and lying to this forum. The mayor must account to us. He might be now in a month, he's been a mayor for many years in that municipality. He knows what goes on here. My questions to the mayor was the following. He must know how many people he has appointed in his office, how many people are appointed in the speaker's office, how many people earn impact, how many people in the deputy mayor's office, what is their staff complement, what is the percentage of the employee-related costs, why is Calitzdorp having water shedding whilst you have pumps but you are not replacing your pumps. Those are the things, and it's been heard, but it's playing for time. It's wasting our time. We must go back to plenary now in the next hour and a half, but we can now sit and wait for people to not have the act together. It's indicative of what is going on in that municipality, Chairperson. And you can see I'm very irritated by the way we have been handled here. So we must have some form of conclusion to this. If we can't conclude this, we have to come back to this municipality. They have to give us in writing, whether it's 7 days, responses to everything we want to ask, we've asked. But for us to go through all our questions again now, for them to win time to go get some answers, it's not right. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with you, Honorable Space. If I were to use my language, I would say yeah, we are milking a bull. And but we're trying to manage, but now you are drawing my attention to the question of time. I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, you must have heard the summary, though it comes from somebody who is saying that's not the way we should be dealing with issues of oversight. You are asked to repeat your questions. I'm not sure if you, it's Mayor. Mayor, can you come in?
Honorable Chairperson, I don't lie to you. We are in Kannaland. It was load shedding and we started the generators. We don't know what is the situation where the honorable member is. But yeah, I answer the question, and we want the officials to answer the questions that the honorable member asked. I'm not disrespectful to you or to her or to any one of the members or anyone involved in this meeting. If she just can repeat, then the officials will answer the questions.
They have been repeated, Honorable Mayor. I'm not sure if you did not listen. She did repeat the questions. Staff complement in your office and other political offices. She wanted to know what is the picture there and what are you doing about the high salaries that are getting paid into the paid by the municipality when there are no finances, and asked about how many suspensions that have happened in the municipality, what happened to the 106 investigation. Obviously, the financial recovery plan is not getting implemented. What is it that can be done? And so those are the questions. And I think the question of political instability as well was raised. So are we likely to, your officials, Mayor, get anybody who can attend? The speaker tried. I think we noted those responses. Yes.
Honorable Chair, can I also add what was not answered?
Yes.
Yes, no, thank you, Chair. You see, the question is specific and direct, Chair. At the time of council sitting, was council aware that the person they are appointing was dismissed for financial misconduct in George municipalities? The response speaks about law being applied retrospectively. We are not asking about that, because now they speak about seeking senior legal opinion, and that comes at a cost, Chair. And if they were aware when taking that decision, now they want to spend taxpayers' money to seek senior legal opinion. That cost, Chair, if it again comes at the positive outcome, that will be rendered as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and someone must incur that cost. I want to remind all the councillors and honorable members that this is the sitting of Parliament and they are under oath. Lying to Parliament, I'm not saying misleading, because lying is a bit harsh. Misleading Parliament also constitute another misconduct. So I'm cautioning them so that when they answer a question, they must know they are responding to Parliament under oath. Thank you, Chair. The MEC also, we expect a response, Chair, in relation to the question that we asked. Thank you, Chair. I will come in later.
Okay, Honorable Mayor.
Chairperson, again I said, when we appoint him, we know nothing. And then the minister sent a letter to us and said there's things. And then we decide to get a legal opinion, and we still await the legal opinion because the minister said he too is going to get a legal opinion. And that's the answer, and that's no lying. And if they have proof that they said to us, then they must provide that proof, because we don't have any proof. Thank you, Chairperson.
Then the rest of the other questions, I'm actually waiting for the rest of the other questions from Honorable Space and other members. Honorable.
Good day, Chair. My surname is Rutman, and all the other honourable members. I think the one question that was posed was about the appointments of employees in the political office. Appointments took place accordingly as what the previous, those positions that's in the Government Gazette and gazetted under the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, the Speaker, and Impact, exactly the same as was with the previous council when they were in sitting. Thank you.
Yes, passage to another one on the other questions. Who is responding to the other questions? I think we have noted the response, this one. But in the meantime, whilst the municipality is still planning, a province did respond. DCOC, do you have anything? I see Stephen Kenyon. Can I allow you?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll just respond briefly on some of the questions that were asked to the province also, just to supplement what HOD Paul has already raised. And I'm going to ask my colleague Nonzukiso Bakaklana, who's the analyst for the municipality, to respond just on the high level, the total amount of the wage bill as a percentage. There was a question from Honourable Spies about the potential for a financial recovery to be implemented in the municipality and things to change. I just want to concur with her analysis that from the province's side, the municipality does have the potential to be financially sustainable. It has the revenue base and support is available to it if that revenue is collected, if expenditure is managed. And I think you saw that very nicely set out in the Auditor-General slides, the potential revenue and that, you know, the expenditure is too high but can be managed down. And I think in both the Provincial Treasury and the Auditor-General's presentations, we emphasize that the challenge in this municipality is with plans being adopted but not implemented. And I think that if that can change and plans are actually implemented, then the municipality can be turned around. I think also just to respond to the question from Honourable Mpumza on the support for unfunded budgets. The Honourable Member is quite correct that the tabled draft budgets are submitted to the province, and we do an assessment of those. In the Western Cape, we do an assessment for all 30 municipalities, and the Provincial Treasury does the assessment in collaboration with our Department of Local Government, our Provincial COGTA, and that's an assessment of the budget, and then Department of Local Government also assesses the IDP at the same time, and we provide an integrated response to the municipality. And you will find in all of those responses that we have raised challenges with the draft budgets, and we've made recommendations on changes that are needed. Again, repeating the point I just made earlier, the challenge is that those recommendations are not being implemented by the municipality. We do, where there is an unfunded budget, we have assisted the municipality to draw up a budget funding plan. Those plans set out measures that, again, if implemented, would be able to bridge that gap, reduce expenditure, raise additional revenue in order to close that funding gap. But again, we emphasize that those have not been implemented diligently. And over several years, we have repeatedly written to we monitor the implementation of those plans in year, and we have written to the municipality to raise our concerns about the slow pace of implementation of those. So I just want to reassure members that we do monitor the municipality closely, we do provide advice, we do provide guidance, but it is ultimately up to the municipality to implement those measures. Only they can collect the revenue owed to the municipality, only they can manage the appointments, the expenditure, etc. Just on the technical point on the level of spending on staff salaries, I'm going to ask Nonzukiso to input.
Thank you very much. So Kannaland, in terms of their employee-related costs, they are a major expenditure in terms of the whole total expenditure budget. And I think from 2021 FS, we can note that the expense was actually 36%.
We can't hear, so we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Just 1 second, Chair. Okay, Nonzakiso. Apologies. Chair, Nonzakiso is going to just talk from my microphone.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think for Kannaland Municipality, in terms of their employee-related cost, the expenditure is actually the major one in terms of the total budget. From 2021 audited AFS, we noted that expenditure was 36.2% of the total expenditure budget. And also noting on the draft 2022 budget, it consisted of 36% of the total expenditure budget. Just to note on both financial years, the municipality has actually overspent in terms of in relation to their original budgeted amount. And for example, if we can look at 2021, they were overspent by 10%, and also in 2022, currently on the draft budget audited AFS, they are overspending by 17%. So they have a tendency of actually budgeting lower than what they actually going to spend on. And also in terms of the 2023 budget, they actually budgeted around 36.7% in terms of the total budget. So the municipality, in terms of implementation of the employee-related cost, they're always above what they budgeted for. So that means that in terms of our monitoring as Provincial Treasury, we cannot really monitor in year in terms of how much they're spending. They usually wait till the year end in terms of processing other journals and everything else, and then we get a bigger expenditure for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, I see the hand of Honorable Mpumza, but what was said by Honorable Begi Hadebe, that it looks like, I don't know who said that, this thing is getting into the program of Parliament, or it was Honorable Space. It is affecting me now as the chairperson, in that I should have been in another meeting at 1 o'clock. And so we have a choice to make. I will now take the hands of the honorable members to give us guidance as to how best to deal with this situation. I see Honorable Mpumza, your hand was up some time ago.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Chair, you indicated in your own language, which literally means that we are milking a pool and we'll absolutely get nothing. One, Chair, I have two questions to the provincial department. Given that the time is so limited, perhaps it would be important that these questions that are follow-up would have to be responded to the portfolio committee in writing to save time. My question, Chair, there are two questions that have not been responded to by the municipality that I asked. My last questions, Chair, are these. At the time of the municipality appearing before the committee for the first time, and the indication was made that the Hawks were investigating allegations of fraud in the municipality. What were the outcomes of such investigations? Again, what progress has been made in relation to instituting Section 106 investigation by the Minister of Cooperative in Western Cape into Kannaland Municipality? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Peggy Hadebe.
No, thank you, Chair. I also wanted to concur with you that for the sake of time, perhaps, Chair, we should resolve that we get this response in writing. And I'll also support the suggestions that seeks to suggest that we need to visit this municipality to get the answers, but the response in writing will also assist a great deal. The Auditor-General also pointed to the fact that for almost 5 consecutive years, the municipality did not have an internal Audit Committee. Is the municipality dealing with this matter? Has this matter been corrected, Chair? If I can just get a response on that, but to reiterate the position that within 7 days, we need a detailed response to all the questions that were submitted, and the support staff must assist us in compiling those responses, Chair. Thank you so much.
Honorable Space.
Chairperson, I concur with my colleagues, and I want to also support that we take a visit to this municipalities and spend some time there so that we can get to the bottom of many of the issues that we have raised, and also go see some things for ourselves. Thank you very much. And in addition to that, that we get the responses within 7 days. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Msimango.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't think if I were to speak more from what colleagues have said, it will make any difference. In fact, I'm fully supporting what colleagues are saying, because for me, and I want to make a special request to the municipality that when we visit physically, at least let's rather get some level of commitment, but also level of responses ready or at their disposal. Because for me, they look clueless, and I don't know whether it's because of the meeting is virtual or what is the story. But I'm hoping that by the time we arrive, there will be some level of understanding as to say what is happening in the municipality. So with those words, I'm fully supporting what colleagues are saying to say, let's get the responses, but also let's visit the municipality in order to be able to make sure that we establish as to say what exactly is happening in the municipality. Because the question is, if the leadership looks clueless like this, I wonder what is happening with the community. So it means really the community is nowhere in this. But thank you. I do support what colleagues are saying. Thank you.
Honorable members from COGTA, Provincial, COGTA, Finance, District Municipality.
Chair, my apologies. Can I add one request?
Yes,
that,
one. Honorable Peggy Hadebe.
Yes, that we be also given the cost of that senior legal opinion that will investigate the legality of appointing acting MM. So we need the breakdown of the cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I was listing everybody who was part of the meeting to say, I think the agreement by members to say, let's get responses in writing, something that will remind those who are supposed to respond will come from our officials. It must be communicated immediately. Within 7 days, we should get those responses. I think we'll take the way forward from there. Otherwise, thank you very much for participating in the meeting. I'm sure people of Kannaland are waiting for something from this meeting. And I think the mayor who was saying from this meeting is going to act. We expect that action. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much for participating. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.